call the meeting to order for the City of Iowa City City Council meeting for, again, this is Tuesday, the 15th of September. Roll call, please.
Burgess,
Here.
Mims,
Here.
Salee,
Yeah.
Taylor,
Here.
Teague,
Here.
Thomas,
Here.
Weiner.
Here.
All right. Well, welcome to everybody that has joined in on Zoom and even on other social media outlets to the council meeting for tonight. I did want to just take a moment and to have a moment of silence for two individuals that have passed away. One is the passing of former P&Z, our the P&Z Commissioner Carolyn Dyer, and the passing of Johnson County Supervisor Lisa Green Douglas' husband, Tom. And just want to take a moment of silence for these two individuals that recently passed. And our thoughts are with their families, most certainly. Item 2 on the agenda are proclamations, and we have 5 today, and I've some gracious counselors have volunteered to read. We're going to start with 2A, Constitution Week, which is going to be read by Councilor Burgess, and no one will be present to accept this proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas September 17th, 2020 marks the 233rd anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas it is fitting and proper to officially recognize this magnificent document and the anniversary of its creation, and whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America designating September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week, and whereas the Constitution has been amended from time to time to define basic rights, to extend those rights to all persons, and to modify other specific aspects in light of contemporary concerns, and whereas it is fitting and proper to officially recognize the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Bruce Teague, Mayor of the City of Iowa City, Iowa, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th to 23rd, 2020 to be Constitution Week in Iowa City, and reaffirm the ideals of the framers of the Constitution that they had in 1787 by protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties.
Thank you, Councilor Burgess. I'm going to read 2B, the Fire Prevention Week. Whereas the City of Iowa City is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting Iowa City. And whereas fire is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally, and homes are the location where people are at greatest risk from fire. And whereas home fires killed 2,980 people in the United States in 2019, according to the National Fire Protection Association. The fire departments in the United States responded to 481,500 of home fires. And whereas work and smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires in half, and 3 out of 5 home fire deaths result from fires in properties without work and smoke alarms. And whereas half of home fire deaths result from fires reported at night between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. when most people are asleep. And whereas Iowa City first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. And whereas Iowa City residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their home. And whereas the 2020 Fire Prevention Week theme, Serve Up Fire Safety in the Kitchen, effectively reminds us to look for places fire could start. Listen for the sound of the smoke alarm and learn 2 ways out of every room. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim October 4th through the 10th, 2020 to be Fire Prevention Week throughout the city and urge everyone to install smoke alarms and to support the many public safety activities and efforts during Fire Prevention Week 2020 and year-round. And to accept this is Fire Marshal Brian Greer.
All right, thank you, Mayor Teague, and everybody on the City Council for giving me a little bit of time here to speak about fire safety. The mission of the Iowa City Fire Department is to protect our community by providing progressive, high-quality emergency and preventative services. Now, as Mayor Teague read in the proclamation, this year's Fire Prevention Week slogan is "Serve up fire safety in the kitchen," which addresses the #1 cause of residential fires, which are cooking fires. Annual averages during the time between 2014 and 2018, fires started by cooking resulted in 172,900 home fires, 550 deaths, 4,820 injuries, and 463 million in property damage. Unattended cooking accounted for 40% of this. So remember, just stay in the kitchen when you're cooking and make sure your home has working smoke alarms to keep you safe 24 hours a day. And I'd like to thank you all again and stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Proclamation 2C is going to be read by Councilor Weiner, International Day of Peace, and this will be accepted by Johnson County United Nations Association, Jim Olson.
Whereas in 1981, the United Nations General Assembly unanimously declared September 21st a day devoted to commemorating and strengthening the ideals of peace, both within and among all nations and peoples. And whereas this day provides a shared date for all people to recognize our common humanity and further the goal of peace in our world. And whereas no matter our religious, political, cultural, ideological, or other differences, all people benefit from a peaceful existence and suffer from the absence of peace. And whereas United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for a global ceasefire as the COVID-19 pandemic emerged, saying, quote, "It is essential to remember our common enemy is a virus that causes widespread suffering and risks reversing decades of human progress," end quote, and noted peace is especially imperative in 2020. And whereas the traditional observance on the International Day of Peace is the global wave of peace, during which people pause for 1 minute of silence at noon on September 21, so that as noon progresses through 24 hours of time zones, the moment of peace also progresses, resulting in a wave of calm moments observed by people throughout the world community. And whereas the Johnson County United Nations Association joins the city in urging everyone to celebrate this meaningful day by shaping peace together, which is the theme for 2020. And whereas I urge all members of the Iowa City and Johnson County community, both individuals and businesses, to pause at noon on September 21st to consider how we might all contribute to furthering peace in our community, our nation, and our world. Now, therefore, on behalf of Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, I do hereby join the United Nations in declaring September 21, 2020 to be International Day of Peace.
And Jim Olson from the Johnson County United Nations Association will receive this. And after he is done, we will have John Christendom to also make a remark.
Thank you, Mayor Teague. And I am Jim Olson. I have the honor of being the president of the Johnson County chapter of the United Nations Association, which is a nonpartisan membership organization of people throughout the country who are calling on the United States to be a constructive member and constructive leader of the United Nations. I want to thank Mayor Teague and the council for adopting this proclamation designating September 21st as the International Day of Peace in Iowa City and Johnson County. I'm very proud that Councilor Janice Weiner is a member of our local chapter board. As the proclamation states, September 21st is the International Day of Peace. And as we mark a moment of silence at noon, we will be joining people around the world in recommitting ourselves to one of the guiding founding principles of the UN. This is the beginning of a very busy season. Here in our community, our chapter will be hosting or co-hosting a number of virtual events to engage our local residents in the work of the UN. We will be celebrating United Nations Day on October 22nd in collaboration with the Iowa City Foreign Relations Council, and we will also be marking Human Rights Day in December. Today is September 15th, which also happens to be the International Day of Democracy. The word democracy actually does not appear in the UN Charter, but the UN has a record over the past 75 years of promoting democracy, especially in places where there has been conflict, in order that there can be fair and free elections. The right to vote, the right to self-government is enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So our chapter is joining others to encourage all eligible people to register to vote, to request an absentee ballot, or to vote in person either during the early voting period or on election day. The stakes couldn't be higher. So many things to observe and to think about, and I'd like to conclude again by thanking Mayor Teague and the council for this proclamation.
Thank you, Jim. And John Christensen, if you are in attendance, if you can raise your hand so that I can acknowledge you. And if you're on the phone, press *9 and we'll be able to acknowledge you as well. I don't see that he's here, so we're going to move on to item number Proclamation 2D, which is going to be read by Councilor Taylor. Midwifery Week, and it's going to be the proclamation will be received by Amber Goodrich, who is the president of the Iowa affiliate of American College of Nurse Midwives.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to read this because I have personally experienced the dedication and professionalism of those nurse midwives as they assisted my daughter with each of her pregnancies. So I'm very pleased to read the following proclamation. Whereas this year, National Midwifery Week is celebrated during the week of October 4th to 10th, 2020, and whereas the national organization, the American College of Nurse Midwives, headquartered in Silver Spring, Maryland, is the official organization for nearly 13,000 certified nurse midwives and certified midwives throughout the United States, and the official sponsor of National Midwifery Week on a national level. And whereas this national event is an opportunity for people nationwide to recognize and celebrate midwives and the healthcare services they provide. And whereas midwives have been a vital and growing part of the advancement of sexual and reproductive health services across the lifespan in Iowa City, Iowa since 1992, and collectively responsible for 10.9% of all births in Iowa, and are serving on the frontline essential healthcare providers during 2020's COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas midwifery care is associated with decreased pregnancy-related racial and ethnic health disparities, and whereas 2020 has been designated by the World Health Organization as the International Year of the Nurse and Midwife. Whereas National Midwifery Week recognizes the important role of midwives, whether assisting a pregnant person as they give birth or providing personalized health care, midwives are truly dedicated and essential providers. Now, therefore, on behalf of Mayor Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, Iowa, I do hereby proclaim the week of October 4th through 10th, 2020 to be Midwifery Week.
Thank you so much for that proclamation. It's a true honor that we were able to take care of your daughters throughout her pregnancy and childbirth. I'm so honored to be able to be a part of this tonight. I'm Amber Goodrich. I'm the president of the Iowa Affiliated American College of Nurse Midwives. I also am a practicing certified nurse midwife at the University of Iowa. As you may know, 2020 has been named the International Year of the Nurse and Midwife by the World Health Organization. Nurse Midwifery Week takes place this year, October 4th through 10th, and I'm so excited to be able to celebrate midwives and what we can bring to the table as well as maternal health disparities in Iowa. Midwives have been a vital and growing part of the advancement of sexual and reproductive health services across the lifespan in Iowa for decades. We provide evidence-based care with excellent outcomes and overall low intervention. Midwifery care is associated with decreased pregnancy-related racial and ethnic health disparities, which are both very real crises in our state in this day and age. So thank you very much for this proclamation. I can speak on behalf of the less than 100 midwives in the state that we truly do appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And the last proclamation for the night is going to be the National Hispanic Heritage Month, and it will be received by Jason Glass, who is a part of our Human Rights Commission. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month is an opportunity to recognize the contributions of Hispanic Americans and to celebrate Hispanic heritage and culture. And whereas each year the federal government and local governments observe National Hispanic Heritage Month as the period from September 15th to October 15th by recognizing and celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas September 15th is significant as a starting date for Hispanic Heritage Month because it is the anniversary of independence for the Latin American countries of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua. In addition, Mexico and Chile celebrate their independence on September 16th and September 18th, respectively. And whereas Latinx have made innumerable contributions to the Iowa City community, and it is important the city recognize and celebrate the diverse histories and cultures of the Latinx population. And whereas the Latinx community is integral to our city with business owners and residents alike who are proud to be a part of the Latinx community, but hope for greater visibility, recognition, and representation. And whereas the city of Iowa City continually strives to foster mutual understanding and respect among all people, and whereas this observance affords special opportunities to become more knowledgeable about Hispanic heritage and to honor the many Hispanics who have contributed to the progress of Iowa City, the state, and the nation. Now, therefore, I, Bruce Teague, Mayor of Iowa City, do hereby proclaim September 15, 2020 through October 15, 2020 to be National Hispanic Heritage Month. And to receive this is Jason Glass from the Human Rights Commission.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor Teague, the Iowa City Council, and city staff for this proclamation. I'm accepting it on behalf of the Iowa City Human Rights Commission and hope that it serves as a reminder of the rich heritage and culture of so many in our community. We reaffirm our pledge to support, highlight, and educate the Iowa City community on the contributions of our Hispanic neighbors, without which our community would simply not be successful. We encourage all to take some time this month to learn more about local organizations that are focused on Hispanic heritage and doing outstanding work in our community. These include, but are certainly not limited to, the Iowa City chapter of the League of United Latin American Citizens. And I highlight them because they recently attended one of our meetings to provide information about their organization and gave us an opportunity to learn a lot more about them. So wanted to specifically mention them. Again, thank you for the proclamation and for your continued support of human rights in Iowa City.
Thank you. Thank you. We're moving on to items number 3 through 7. Could I get a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended?
So moved.
So moved. Oh, second, Taylor.
Moved by Thomas, seconded by Taylor. All right, and then this is a time for the public to address any item that is within the consent agenda. And I wanted to remind,
عملوا باس للي المفروض كنت اتكلم في
I wanted to remind the public that you can raise your hand, and then I'll call on you if you want to make a comment.
بعد امشي
And then for those individuals that are wanting to comment on another item that is actually on the agenda, we'll ask for you to hold your comments until that agenda item is called. If there's an item that's not on our agenda and you want to address us, after we go through these consent calendars, there'll be an opportunity for you to address council. So if there's anyone that wishes to address council now, please raise your hand on any item that is within the 3 to 7 consent items on the agenda. And if you're on the phone, press *9. Seeing no one, council discussion.
Yes, as I mentioned during the work session, I would like to ask City Manager Jeff Fruin to address some of the questions in correspondence 7J. These have a lot to do with the restructuring of the police department and some of our orders, et cetera. And we've gotten these letters from a lot of people, and so I thought it would be helpful to get some answers out in the public. So if you could help us, Jeff, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. So I'll just go through them one by one, and if you've got any follow-up, please interrupt me. So the first question is regarding our police officers and whether they're trained to de-escalate altercations by using peaceful conflict resolution strategies. The answer is yes. All of our officers have crisis intervention training, and we have regular de-escalation training that takes place throughout the year. The second question is, are the police officers in the Iowa City Police Department forbidden from using cardioid restraints, chokeholds, strangleholds, and hog tying methods? And furthermore, are they forbidden from transporting civilians in uncomfortable positions, such as a face down in a vehicle? Yes, to all of those. Those are all prohibited in our general orders. Are the police officers in the Iowa City Police Department required to intervene if they witness another officer using excessive force? Will officers be reprimanded if they fail to intervene? Again, the answer is yes. That was a new general order based on your June resolution, the duty to intervene. So that is new, but the answer is now yes. Are police officers in the Iowa City Department forbidden from shooting at moving vehicles? The answer is yes. There are a couple of exceptions when that would be allowed, and that's when the occupant of the vehicle is utilizing deadly force against a police officer or other persons in the vicinity. If it's a last resort to prevent death or serious injury to officers or other persons, and as a last resort to apprehend a person who has just committed a felony resulting in death or serious injury. Again, that's regarding shooting at moving vehicles. Is there clear and enforced use of force continuum that details what weapons and force are acceptable in a wide variety of civilian police interactions? Yes, that's all available on our website in the use of force general order. Are officers in the Iowa City Police Department required to exhaust every other possible option before using excessive force? Probably should just be force, any level of force, yes. Again, we follow that continuum and must exhaust all possible options before elevating up that level of force. Are we required to give verbal warnings to civilians before drawing our weapons or using excessive force? Yes, except when giving a verbal warning would put the officer or others in imminent danger. Are officers in the Iowa City Police Department thoroughly vetted to ensure they do not have a history with abuse, racism, homophobia, transphobia, discrimination? The answer is yes. We have an extensive vetting process. Are we trained to perform and seek necessary medical attention after excessive force? Yes, obviously we don't have full medical training with our officers at all levels that may be needed, but we do have a general order that covers that, and requiring medical attention is included in that. And is there an early intervention system enforced to correct officers who use excessive force? Yes, the answer is yes. How many complaints does an officer have to receive before they are reprimanded, before they are terminated? More than 3 complaints are unacceptable. The answer is we don't have there's not a specific number of complaints. That could be 1 complaint if the issue is significant enough. It could be multiple, depending on those circumstances. But yes, there is a system in place to correct officers who have used excessive force, and we do have a system of discipline in place that can result in termination. So that's the list of questions from the form letter that you've received. Happy to try to answer any follow-ups that you have on those. Most of them are answered, by the way, in our general orders, which are all available on our website.
Jeff, I know as you're trying to answer and read through these, I think you skipped the 4th one from the bottom, asking if they're required to report each time they threaten to or use force on a civilian.
No, I apologize for that. The answer is yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just think we've been getting these questions from a lot of people. It's a form letter for the most part, but a lot of people have been sending it in. So I just really appreciate getting these answers out in the public, and hopefully that helps people get a little more information about how we run our police department.
Okay. Any other comments from council? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes, yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 7-0. Item number 8 is a time for the community comment. And this is an opportunity for those that would like to speak on an item that is not on our formal agenda. And if you would like to speak, please raise your hand and I will call you. We ask that you keep your comments 3 to 5 minutes. And if you're on the phone, you can press *9. All right. V, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. I have just a short presentation that I wanted to give on the historic Johnson County Historic Poor Farm. I know I've talked to a few counselors just individually, and I was hoping to do this much sooner in the year, but COVID and literally the world being on fire feels like has kind of gotten in the way. So here I am tonight, and I believe Kelly has some slides. I can't really see them, so I'm not really sure how that, okay, perfect. Great, yay, technology. So yes, the Johnson County Historic Poor Farm. If you wanna go ahead and just go to the next screen. So for those that are unfamiliar, the Johnson County Historic Poor Farm is actually located in city limits and owned by the county. It's out on Melrose Avenue, kind of across from secondary roads, and it's about 160 acres. 120 of it are located in a historic district that's actually on the National Register of Historic Places. And if you want to go to the next slide, I know I don't have a lot of time, so I'm trying to get through this as quickly as possible, but please stop me if you have questions. So I'm not sure if everybody is familiar with the Poor Farm, so I just added this slide to give some context, and you can kind of see that Poor Farms really came over from Europe at a time when there was that sort of social system that people were trying to figure out, how do we take care of poor people, people with mental health issues. And so the system came about, and I believe by the 1830s, most states had legislated that counties take care of, create these poor farms or pauper houses. You can kind of see, I have some examples below. And the Johnson County Historic Poor Farm was established in 1855. And in fact, the asylum that is still existing out there is the oldest building in the state that was located on a poor farm. And so that's just to give you some context that, this is really a national system. And actually, Iowa was kind of about as far west as it made before the different systems were put in place and other newer facilities were opened. And so that's just to give you some context. And you can see there in 1916, the Historic Poor Farm folks kind of out front of one of the buildings there. So that's the larger context of what a poor farm is. Into the next slide. So here we have quite a slide. And in 2016, the county actually hired me and another company to put together a 10-year master plan for the poor farm. It's been row crop for decades, and corn and soy, and it doesn't really feel like public land, or at least it didn't when we first started. And through a master planning process, we engaged with professionals in conservation and housing and recreation to really understand what could be done with the site. And the supervisors, the Johnson County Board of Supervisors, were really integral in kind of giving us the direction. So they said, we are interested in conservation, we're interested in recreation, obviously historic preservation, educational opportunities, and so on and so forth. So we gave them 3 concepts, and they actually chose this one, the New Century Farm. And as you can see, there's quite a bit on here. A lot of conservation practices, and I can go into more detail another time, but there's some wetlands, there's some keyline swales, but you'll also see that there's local food production happening here. And we are actually looking at expanding our community food production, community gardens here, and are in the middle of the process of doing some community outreach to nearby neighborhoods. The Iowa City Community Gardens doesn't really cross over to the west side of the river. So this is an opportunity to really help families out to expand those community gardens. But we also have 2 nonprofits out here that are growing food, Grow Johnson County, growing food for local nonprofits that are serving residents for hunger relief. And then we also have the land access program, which is something that the county has put together to give small farms an opportunity to have access to land, literally, because land is actually really hard to acquire, and especially with water. So that's about 10 acres, and it's a 10-year master plan. So we're headed into year 3, and we've established a 15.5 acre pollinator meadow or prairie, and we've kind of expanded some of our local food production. As you can see, there's also on that southwest corner some potential housing slated, and the supervisors were very interested in, I'm going to say affordable housing, but when I say that, I mean the county really would like to retain ownership of the land. So the cost of housing would be minimal, would be not minimal, but it would just be the land improvements, so the buildings themselves. So affordable in that sense. There's trails throughout. In fact, there's 3 trails that are slated kind of towards the end of the 10-year master plan that connect to Hunters Run Park, so to link to the city's park system. And so there's quite a bit here. So I do hope that at some point we can really talk about all the ins and outs of the farm. And as you can see, the mission is to really provide that public space for connecting to the land and local history through inclusive community-led opportunities there. So, next slide. I do want to point out that this is very interactive and engaging site. So given the history of the farm, I think one of the most striking things is that the disability community really claimed this site as their own. And so we have a disability advisory committee that's been established to help vet some of the upgrades and designs for the site and for the restoration of the buildings. We also have a community action team that was started that really looks at programmatic opportunities, and you can see a lot of folks are involved with that in terms of education and how the site can be used. We have historical resources roundtable discussions, and that's really just getting those experts together to say, you know, oftentimes because of the site and the nature of poor farms, information is lost or, you know, basically gets thrown away because people didn't have family to bequest those materials. And then of course we have the land access program, as I mentioned. I think if we go to the next slide, I think I'm pretty close to out of time, but just to give you a quick overview, the county so far has invested about 1.2 million, and it's been really focused on that historic preservation. We did what we call the West Barn was rehabilitated recently, and those things aren't cheap. It's amazing how expensive a barn can be to restore, but it's absolutely gorgeous, and we're looking forward, you know, once COVID is kind of through, to hopefully get folks out. But you can see 160 acres, and it really does align with many of the Iowa City strategic planning goals. Like I said, and, you know, advancing social justice and leadership in climate action. There's a lot of water quality improvements and land. Yeah.
You're
Got
at
it.
your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Perfect. Yep.
Yes.
Thank
All
you.
right, we're going to have Nicholas followed by David.
Hello, Council. So y'all addressed housing in the work session, but since you don't allow public comment in the work session, that's not a criticism, you just don't. I thought I'd comment on some of the things that were said then here, since this is a bit of an open forum. Speaking as one of the people that Councilors Taylor and Mims felt the need to call out for their, shall we say, hyperbolic criticism of your consistent failures over the years, I mean, you really shouldn't be patting yourselves on the back at all. Councilor Mims didn't remember how long the Affordable Housing Action Plan has been in effect. It has actually been in effect for a little over 5 years. And in those 5 years, all of the negative indicators, particularly when you look at the rental housing market in terms of costs, in terms of overcrowding, in terms of housing burden, have gotten precipitously worse. And what I mean by precipitously worse is that in the 5 years that you've had that plan, it's actually, those indicators have gotten worse than in the 5 years before you had no plan at all. And of course, there are a lot of mitigating factors there. I mean, there are a lot of projects that this council has approved over the years, such as the Rise building, you know, basically all of Moen and Clark's projects, to call them out specifically. And those projects make things worse. I mean, if you look at the Rise building, an efficiency apartment in the Rise building costs $1,300 a month. Fair market rent for a studio apartment in Iowa City is $700 a month. So this housing that is being built, that is being marketed to students, that is being marketed to the people who honestly can least afford it and are going to pay for it basically with debt, they're being charged 2 times, nearly 2 times as much as what an apartment should cost. That is absolutely insane. And when it comes to thinking big, y'all's imagination, like your conception of what big is tiny compared to what you actually can do, and the and I've said this so many times, I'm just going to say it over and over and over again, compared to the magnitude of the crisis that is presented to you, your efforts mean zilch. So in, I guess, in furtherance of efforts to be more productive rather than simply critical, let's go through some of the things that are available to you. The city has the power of eminent domain. The city, okay, actually, let's go through this systematically. Currently, Iowa City has, unlike literally every other major municipality in Iowa, has no local option sales tax. None. It hasn't had one since, I believe, 2005, 2006, something like that. I don't remember off the top of my head. Now, with most recent estimates from, I think, the budget presentation last year, a local option sales tax in Iowa City could generate as much revenue as $9 million a year. Now, you could just spend that $9 million on, say, like building public housing or acquiring multi-residential properties to convert into public housing. But the far more sensible thing to do would be to use the huge borrowing capacity, unused borrowing capacity that the city has. Again, unlike every single other major municipality in the state of Iowa, Iowa City has, I think, it's over $200 million in unused borrowing capacity. And I don't know if you've looked at 10-year bond rates recently, but they're sub 1%. It has literally never been cheaper to issue a 10-year bond than right now. So with that $9 million in annual revenue, you could actually leverage something like $90 million in borrowing. And with that $90 million in borrowing, you could build as many as 1,200 public housing units. Because, I mean, honestly, it annoys me so much when you all harp on your 15-point plan, because what is really at issue here is you have a lack of total vision of what exactly is it you're trying to achieve. The problem with the 15-point plan is that it tries to achieve 15 completely different things. Now, if ultimately what you want to do is to deal with housing costs in the city, I think building 1,200 public housing units that you can actually rent control, because in case you didn't know, in the state of Iowa, you can only implement rent control as a municipality if the city owns the property and operates it. So with those 1,200 units, you could actually drive down costs. And that's really the concern right now. As I've pointed out on previous occasions, rental costs in the city, like for say two-bedroom apartments in the downtown area, I mean, in just the past 2 years, they've increased by 30%. 30%. And certainly over the past 10 years, the increase in housing costs in the city have outpaced inflation year over year, and not by single digits, by double digits. So if you're actually concerned about this issue, and frankly, I have seen no indication from any member of council currently, or really over the past 5 years, that you're actually serious about taking on this issue. That's the thing you need to do. You need to leverage all of the tools that are available to you, all of the funding sources that are available to you that are literally sitting dormant, in order to actually take on a massive capital project. But
Thank
you're
you,
not going to
Nicholas.
do it. Can I just say
Thank you,
one more
Nicholas.
thing?
Thank you,
You
Nicholas.
gave the previous speaker an
We're-
extremely long period of time to speak. I have one sentence left to say.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. If you're really very serious, that's how big you need to be thinking. That's all I was going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have our Mayor Pro Tem keeping time for me, so thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We're going to have David.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. First, just want to offer a little bit of support for V and their presentation on food justice before. I hope that Council keeps in mind that, you know, when we're talking about racial justice, that things like food justice and land ownership are really important parts of that. So thanks, V, for bringing that to the public forum. And thanks to Council for the work session and bringing up these listening forums. I think that's seems like a very positive sign that, you know, y'all put that on the schedule near term and are getting the input quickly, and it seemed like y'all were very open-minded to bring it up, to speak with the students and, you know, kind of being flexible about these future sessions. So thank you for your flexibility on that. Just want to put out a reminder, you know, that IFR has been asking for the policing committee, similar to what y'all have done on the TRC committee. And I haven't heard any discussion on that. While it's sort of been kicked around once or twice the last month or so, and then a couple private meetings we've had with y'all, it hasn't been talked about publicly. So kind of curious where you are on that, and what your thoughts are on that. If there's anything holding that up, I think we would be interested in knowing, and the public would be interested in knowing, since that was something that helped the TRC kind of get moving more quickly. So we'd love if y'all would address that again. And then finally, just want to draw a little bit of attention to what City Manager Fruin was talking about with the form letters that were being sent in. And, you know, when asking those questions, like, are police trained in de-escalation? Are they vetted for bias, et cetera? You know, all of Manager Fruin's answers were yes. And, you know, this is actually proof of why the current system we have is failing, right? Like, all these questions that were being asked are looking at individual qualities of police officers. Are they trained in de-escalation? Are they taught to use other methods before they use stronger methods? You know, are they trained for bias? Let's talk about individual responses. And the fact that they're still failing on these things, despite having this training, shows us that the system is not working, right? We have countless records and stories from people who are still targeted unfairly, who still have increased force used against them. We have the video released, and I think that's pretty clear. The whole community, first of all, thank you for releasing that video, but I think the whole community now sees that they're not trained very well in de-escalation, and they're not good at using other methods before more intense methods. And we know about the minority contact rate, so we know that their training for bias simply doesn't work. So these are the reasons why I would love to see, why IFR would love to see more systemic level changes. This shows that training, diversifying police forces, things like that, those simply don't work. Those are reformist changes. So we're asking for systemic level changes. All right, thank you all.
Thank you, David. Is there anyone else that would like to address council on any item that is not on our formal agenda? Okay, thanks everyone for participating. We're going to move on to item number 9A, planning and zoning matters, conditional use permit, Herbert Hoover Highway. Letter to the Johnson County Board of Adjustment. Recommending denial of conditional use permit for a kennel and daycare facility in the county residential zone at Lot 2 and Outlet A of Lovick, first subdivision within Fringe Area B, inside the city's growth boundary of the city-county Fringe area. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved, Weiner.
Second, Saleh.
All right. And we have staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Danielle Sitzman, NDS. This is an application by Brian Jensen for a conditional use permit to allow for a kennel and dog daycare facility in Johnson County, our residential R zone within the Fringe Area B, inside the city's growth boundary. It's located on the south side of Herbert Hoover Highway between Next Avenue and American Faro Drive. Shown here on the slide is the outline of the Next Avenue. Since it's such recent construction, it doesn't show up on our aerial imagery from even last year. Also shown is an outline of the newly constructed Next apartment building. So as we go through the next couple slides, just keep in mind that those are there. We've tried to represent them for you. This is land owned by Brian and David Jensen. Total area is about 14 acres. The proposed conditional use would be on about 8.5 of those. That 8.5 acre area is shown in the white dotted outline. This slide does show the zoning, which is a county zoning R district in yellow, as well as the surrounding city zoning districts in a multitude of colors, but to the east, single family and low density multifamily. To the west, higher density multifamily and a mix of commercial. As I mentioned, this is in the Fringe area. It's in Area B and inside the city's growth area. Kind of a unique situation at this particular land, located semi-surrounded by the city, but also still in contact with large areas in the county. The Fringe Area Agreement doesn't mandate this process happen. This is actually a Johnson County zoning ordinance requirement that cities be allowed to review conditional use permits that come before them within the extraterritorial area. Just as a reminder, unlike a rezoning, a conditional use permit allows for an approval of a specific use rather than a range of uses, like a range of housing uses or commercial uses, and therefore allows for a more precise understanding of the purpose, scale, and intensity of that future proposed use. In this case, again, the underlying zoning would not change. It would remain Johnson County agricultural or Johnson County R residential, sorry. Just to go through the proposed use, the applicant, I believe, is going to present this evening as well. It is a proposed kennel. They're estimating about 50 animals per day on site with a AM drop-off and a PM pickup hours and 6 to 8 employees. The subject property is inside, I said, the growth boundary area. They're contemplated adding additional services like grooming in the future. The proposed use must comply with the following 4 supplemental conditions in the Johnson County Unified Development Ordinance, or their zoning code essentially. The first condition is that it be of a certain size, which it is. The second condition would not apply since it's a larger size than is required by the second one. The third condition has to do with the setbacks that are required. Due to the layout of the site, it's unlikely that the project will be able to meet the county's required 200-foot setback, although the county does have a process by which the applicant can request to reduce that down to 100 feet. And then the fourth is not really germane. It has to do with another section in the county's code, which was being met by this section. The city did do an analysis of the project. Of course, it does meet the county's zoning requirements. It is located in an area that our fringe area agreement would require urban design standards. So as they develop the site, the standards they would use for things like streets and sanitary and water supplies would have to meet our fringe area agreement standards for urban design standards. And while it's inside the growth boundary and identified in the city's Northeast District Plan as appropriate for single-family residential development, we do understand that the area is unable to be annexed at this time and or until land to the south is annexed as well. And that would be because this is the subject property here, and they could not annex into the city and leave some island of county land that has not been annexed. So while they seem very close to the city, they are still largely part of a contiguous county area as well. Our analysis did also include some additional elements, looking at this and development being existing, near existing city development, as well as looking towards the future and this eventual development in the city potentially, and the street connectivity that we would evaluate normally with this kind of development. In that case, staff did propose two conditions. The first being that all overnight boarding facilities be located within a soundproof building. This shows the distance, in addition to the county setbacks, between the proposed land and surrounding development. As I said, this is 8.5 acres on a total of 14 owned by several family members. So it would be on the interior of that kind of family-owned area. But due to the proximity of existing residential, staff does propose imposing a condition that requires any overnight boarding facilities to be located completely indoors within a soundproof building. And that's very similar to the city's animal daycare requirements that we have in our animal related commercial districts. Those are required to occur within soundproof buildings. Second condition that this city staff proposed was due to the importance of ensuring an interconnected street network, that the city be allowed to review prior to the building permits being issued for actual development to ensure that the location of a building on the site would allow for future connections. So we have a sketch that we work off of kind of in this vicinity that you can see in the top left, showing where you would see stub streets eventually connecting through. So we would be asking for an opportunity to review this project at site plan stage, essentially, which we do anyway as part of our fringe area agreement, to ensure that the building really not compromise that future street network as much as possible. So as far as the development process, this is the next steps. It's existing zoned county. We're in the conditional use permit review process, which goes ultimately to the Johnson County Board of Adjustment for review. And then if it were to be approved and something proposed to be developed, the site plan review would be reviewed by city staff per our fringe area agreement. And the county's conditional use permit process does require a 4/5 supermajority vote if the Board of Adjustment, for the Board of Adjustment to approve this application, if it is opposed by the vote of the City Council. So based on the difficulty of bringing this property into the city through annexation due to the surrounding conditions and the proposition of two conditions to otherwise address concerns about future street and neighborhood connectivity and sound mitigation, staff recommended approval of the proposed CUP. Staff felt that the county's regulations for conditional use permits were the appropriate regulations to use in this circumstance. The Planning and Zoning Commission did vote 3-3 to recommend denial at their August 20th meeting of this application due to the proximity of neighboring residences within city limits. And I think that concludes staff report, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Here are no questions for you. We do have Dave Jensen, who is a part of this project, that do want to address council. Hello, Dave. Welcome.
Hello. 1 second. Move this wire. Okay.
Can you see the screen?
Can you guys see the shared screen?
No, we cannot. There we go.
Okay, I'd like to thank everybody for their time tonight and their, excuse me? No, they're seeing
Okay,
this.
perfect.
Sorry. I'd like to thank everybody for their time tonight and for being here and their open-mindedness while we present. I'd like to introduce myself, Dave Jensen, my brother Brian, presented on both of us as the projected business owners. Jessica Plowman's here with us, along with surveyor Scott Ryder with Hart Friedrich. To introduce myself and my brother Brian, we're both fourth generation Iowa Cityans. And with that, this land was, to go back to that first generation, was our great-grandparents' land. We've both lived in this area, the corridor area, our entire lives, and we intend to stay here, raise our children and whatnot, and leave what we have to our children and to theirs. And we've also been involved with other business ventures in this area, as well as we've worked in this area our whole lives. So what you're seeing here on page 1 is kind of a topical view of the parcel in whole. I believe Mrs. Danielle was presenting area B, highlighting just the 8-acre outlot B where the building will be presented, but in all actuality, we've got 14 acres here, and across from east to west, the total distance is 657 feet and some change, as well as north to south, we are at 888 feet with a few extra, a little bit in there. And we would like to bring this dog boarding facility and daycare to the east side of Iowa City because we strongly feel there's a huge need for this service on this side of town. We'd be supporting the local neighborhood and community. As Danielle presented, there was a 36-unit apartment building that was completed with an additional building to bring in a total of 88 units, which would thus require more services that we'd like to support with our business. To go on to page 2. This is just a mock-up. It is not to scale, but this is the general placement of the building. The box, which is colored blue, would be the actual building, which the dog boarding and daycare would be housed in. The building or the area in green would just be the outdoor play area. We would definitely work with the city and the county to put this in the most optimal position for future development of Iowa City, to keep it north of Grindstone to allow that to come through. And I do think Daniel showed a sketch of a road going north and south, and we would be to the east of that. And within that 14 acres, we would be, if needed or within reason, we would be willing to combine the total parcels to allow this, the actual distances to be at the 200 feet or greater. To move on to slide 3, this is a view to the south of the approximate location of the new building. Please note, if you look around, there is plenty of foliage, trees, shrubs, bushes, anything to help kind of deaden any noise concerns. In addition to that, we would be willing to plant any shrubbery for those sound barriers, as well as to kind of beautify the surrounding of the facility. And I'm going to read from verbatim a little bit from an additional option that we have for sound abatement. So the option for us, as if needed, would be a noise abatement program, which would include wall treatments, ceiling treatments, and/or acoustic panels and baffle treatments. The sound baffles that they would mount to the ceiling are one of the most effective methods to reduce the reverberation and reduce noise because of more surface area. They'll have 2 faces and 4 edges of the panel, which are exposed to the room. They can be installed indoor and outdoor. For maximum effectiveness, the panels would hang in 2 directions, front to back and left to right orientations. And this would prevent open paths between walls from forming where sound can bounce and escape for absorption. That would be in addition to insulating and soundproofing the building just as it would come. I do have a concept which Scott provided us of the actual location of where the facility would be located. Are you able to see this? Okay. I believe right there where the mouse or the hand item, the hand would be cursor. On the left there is the proposed 60 by 88 foot building. And then to the right where the cursor is the proposed run area, play area for the dogs. Let's go back to, sorry. And as you can see to the north in the darker gray area would be parking. I believe there's 10 to 12 spaces, which would be adequate to the amount of square footage, as well as the employees and the drop off of the citizens or customers, clients that would be coming in. To go back to the slides. Slide 4, this is just a panoramic view looking to the south, starting from the southwest, going all the way over to, I'm sorry, starting from the southeast, looking all the way over to the southwest. You can see both east and west property lines here. And as you can see, we're kind of contained here with trees lining the borders from every side. So it's very hard to see as well as hear what's going on from neighborhoods or anything around us. And again, we would work with the city to add any additional foliage or shrubbery to help mitigate the noise. Slide 5 is a look towards the east, which is the Churchill Meadows development, I believe. And as you can see, looking to the east, we cannot see them from our parcel, and they cannot see us. So right there, it adds a noise barrier for us, as well as if anybody's worried about seeing a building, this kind of gives us some blockage or some coverage here. And again, we would still work with the city to put this building in the most optimal place for the future development of Iowa City. Slide 6 is an overview. Everything in red is all of our parcels combined, which is a total of 14 acres. And from the westmost edge of our parcels, there's a distance just to the other commercial that's in the area that we would like to provide additional services with these commercial businesses to the neighborhood. It is roughly 800 feet to the Dairy Queen store, as well as from the west edge of our property, roughly 500 feet to the Iowa City Rehab Center. And we would still, in addition to that, be willing to place this facility on our land in the most optimal position for the future development of Iowa City. To move on to slide 7. So what we have here is a map of everything in our kind of condensed corridor area. Everything with the red points is all the dog boarding and daycare facilities in the area. If you take a look there towards the east side of Iowa City, you can kind of see where the blue dot or blue pin looks like there's a huge need that we want to provide some services here for everybody. We'd be one of 2 facilities on the east side of Iowa City, one of which is not there yet. I do believe they're going through the process of getting everything passed with them. We are aware, we've got in this bubble here of Puppy Love in North Liberty. They're in very much the same scenario that we are. However, they are already established, but they are currently applying for a conditional use permit because they're in a similar situation to our kennel, only in the city of North Liberty. We have obtained a draft copy of the Johnson County staff report about Puppy Love's services there, and to quote, the dog daycare / boarding have been in operation for several years. To the best of the staff's knowledge, the site has not generated any complaints of neighbors regarding its use. And Puppy Love's request is going to the Johnson County Board of Adjustments hearing September 16th, which is tomorrow. Again, here on the east side of Iowa City, it looks like we want to fill that need of dog boarding and daycare facilities. To move on, page 8. This is just a zoomed in image of Puppy Love. This is where their services are located in North Liberty, just north of the South Slope business. But as you can see, from the edge of the west edge of their property line to the nearest neighbor house is 152 feet, which is very similar to what we are working with here. I'd like everybody to keep that in mind as we're presenting here. Because it's very similar to how close we would be with our kennel to the neighboring areas. Page 10 is a photo. I'm sorry, I think I'm one ahead. Page 9, I'm sorry, is just a view looking south where the building and outdoor space would sit. As you can see, all around, we're surrounded by tree lines and foliage all around us, which, there again, it would help deaden the noise and help kind of keep the noise complaints down if there would be any concern. And again, we are willing to do anything within reason to mitigate any concerns of the city and the county on this. To move on to page 10 is a photo of the existing garage where possibly we would add additional parking spaces there. And there would be an additional spaces to the back of it for employees. And we currently do have a permit to remove this structure. Page 11 is a view up the lane leading to the house. But if you look over here towards the right would be where the facility would be located. Please take note of the large mature trees that line the lane, which again help with the noise reduction from the facility. Page 12 is with our backs to the north, facing south at the property across the highway. As you can see, there is lots of trees all through here. You can't see the house, which is located up here where the cursor is, and you can barely see the garage there. Again, that's kind of there to help with the noise mitigation there. Somewhere in between the noise, somewhere between the trees and the road, there would be a sign advertising the dog boarding and daycare facility. And currently, we're very close to the highway where people do drive 55 to 65 miles an hour, currently creating noise to the residents that are already here. And for the final page, page 13, is just a look to the west where there's already established commercial over here. There's Dairy Queen and Blackstone is down there. And what you're seeing here is this new nice looking 36 unit apartment building In between there and the fence here would be an additional building totaling an 88, total of 88 apartments right next to our facility, thus giving us more reason to provide services to 88 brand new neighbors. We'd like to welcome them as much as we can. All in all, what our point here today was to establish the actual perimeters of the total parcels, and not just I think Danielle referred it to as Area B. The total area is greater than that. So our boundaries do extend farther than what is being presented otherwise. And if necessary, we would combine them. And I'd just like to thank everybody for their time.
Thank you, Dave. All right. Would anyone like to address Dave while he's here? Any council?
Yeah, I do. Dave, I got a question in terms of the outdoor play area. If you're going to have as many as, estimating as many as 50 dogs, how large is that play area going to be, and how many do you think you'd have out there at a time?
The play area itself would be 3,750 square feet.
And that's by state.
And that's by state law or state code for 50 dogs, that is. 50 animals.
Okay. I guess, and I love dogs. I've always had dogs, and I do now. So I guess my question is, so would you have that obviously then separated for like larger dogs, smaller dogs? I mean, would you expect to have most of them out there? I have to be honest, I'm thinking about the noise of that many dogs out there playing and stuff, and how much noise that's going to be during the day.
Yes, we would. Whatever would be necessary to keep larger dogs separated from the smaller dogs. We'd also consider only allowing a certain number of dogs out at a certain time of day, just to keep the noise down, whatever we would find necessary, or whatever we can do to work with the city here in the county.
Would you have any play areas inside, or would that just be fully kennels inside?
There would be play areas inside, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions by council? Hearing none, is there anyone from the public that would like to address this topic? If so, please raise your hand, and if you're on the phone, press *9 and I'll call on you. Seeing no one, council discussion.
I have some questions for Danielle. If we go ahead and approve this, and believe me, I'm supportive of small business owners and trying to be, entrepreneurs and doing things, but I'm also concerned about the proximity to existing residential area. Like I say, I've always had dogs. They can be noisy. That sound can carry. What assurance do we have? What authority does the county have in terms of kind of enforcing noise mitigation? If we approve this tonight, my sense is that it's anything from here on is out of our control. And if we have noise complaints, what options do we have at that point in time?
Sure. So the conditions that staff recommended would be things that we could check at a further point in the development. As far as your questions about how a CUP is managed by the county, I'm not as well versed on their ordinances, but my understanding is that they do have a process to revoke a CUP should they need to. They also may have noise ordinances that they enforce, but I would suspect they're less intense than they would be in a city situation, right? They're set up to be a more rural form of government and those rules. So there is likely a CUP revocation process, and I could find out what the exact conditions of that are, but that would be a county process.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I guess I'll start some comments. I certainly appreciate the need for kennels in Iowa City. It does seem that in talking to some of my neighbors, there is an interest in seeing more accessible kennels in Iowa City. My concerns with the project, however, are its location with respect to the surrounding residential. It does seem to me from a land use standpoint, with single family and fairly high density multifamily on either side of it, that my inclination would be to have this area be developed for residential use rather than as a dog kennel. And the question of the play area does concern me in terms of the noise factor. We're talking about soundproofing the building, but once they're outside, those noises are going to be very difficult to contain. I also feel that the proximity of the property to Old Town Village, the community commercial area to the west, is really quite close. So it suggests to me an opportunity for, what if developed as residential, that it would actually be extremely convenient, essentially a walkable distance from this property to that community commercial. So whenever I see walkability as it relates to mixed use development, it's something that I'm interested in promoting, because the opportunities for walkability in Iowa City there aren't many of those either. So my feeling is that no issue really with the kennel. It's really just the location that concerns me.
I'll have to say I'm struggling with this because I'm concerned about the location and the proximity to residential. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that this is land that has been in this family for a long time. They don't necessarily want to move off from this land and develop it. It's not going to be annexed into the city for a long, long time, if ever. I mean, if you look at what's below it and how that's owned and in the county, you've got a lot of land south of that and a lot of residential, even that's south of West Branch Road, that's still in the county. So to ever get all of that annexed into the city, I think is going to be a real challenge if it ever occurs. So that means that anything that is done here has to be done probably within county regulations, even if it's residential. I'll be honest, I haven't made up my mind. So I'm interested to hear what the rest of council says, but I'm concerned about location, but I'm sensitive to the fact that we've got a family who has this parcel of land, who wants to make a living on that land. We want to support small business owners. We recognize there's a need for more kennels. I guess I'm leaning toward yes, if I can be convinced that the sound mitigation is going to be effective and the owners will deal with that going forward. And I know everybody can say yes tonight and it might not happen later, but that's kind of where I sit. I'll be quiet and listen to others here.
So as I read the material and thought about the kennel in a residential area, and we talk about walkable cities in a way where you have things very close by. That was one positive, where we would have so many individuals living in close proximity that if they had an animal and they wanted to utilize that facility, it would be in close proximity. I know that it's not the ideal like easy thing to look at as far as if it was a grocery store or something else that would be there, but It happens to be a kennel, and I think the challenge is just the sound. I think that's the real challenge here. How loud will it be? Otherwise, I don't think there would be much discussion about this item. Granted, there will be some nuisance at times from the animals, but I don't believe that, given some of the proximity, given the typical time of day, although some people work nights and they sleep during the day, I'm very well aware of that aspect as well. I don't find this to be totally problematic. And so just looking at, all of the things that this project could bring, yes, I'm a dog lover, have two myself. We do need more groomers and, well, kennels in our community. So I'm going to support this tonight.
If I could, I would like to add that the county is going to use the city as the driving force behind this on their decision as well. That's what I believe.
Yep. Thanks, Dave. And actually, it'll be time for council to have our discussion. So I'll let someone address you. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, like Susan, I'm struggling with this also because I think we've had this discussion before, and the applicant that came before us, I think on the Dodge Street, it's a very dog-friendly community. I think every other house on my block has a dog, and the graphic they showed of the location of kennels in town was very impressive. It does show a lack on the east side, but I am concerned about the proximity to the residential. And although Mr. Jensen gave a very great presentation on the sound mitigation efforts, sounded like internally in the building. But then when you talk about that playground outside with these dogs out there, I drove by one of the local kennels not too long ago and was actually at a store nearby there and could hear the dogs barking. They were barking quite a bit. You could hear them, although there were no trees surrounding. I am impressed, and I do hope that all those trees would remain in your plans, because that is nice. It does like a nice green space, and be great. John talks at infinitum about the trees, importance of trees in the community. So that is a good aspect. So I'm really torn, and I think the only thing that's really pulling me away from it is that possibility of noise to the proximity to the residences on that one side.
Yeah, I guess I'd be curious if there's been any conversation, what kind of conversation, if any, there has been with those residents at this point. The other area of concern for me right now is the rehab center, and whether or not and to what extent sound would carry there, because those are people who can be in fairly fragile condition, and it's just, I think we ought to take that into account as well. And we have dogs as well, and I know how loud they can be, so I'm sort of torn as well.
Danielle, I'm sorry, is it possible for us to add any other conditions to this?
Yes, you could propose and vote on additional conditions. The letter that was drafted with this included the two staff conditions, even if the recommendation ultimately were for denial. We still want to see those conditions go forward. So yes, condition making is part of your purview.
Okay, thank you.
What kind of thing that we can add to make sure that they will comply with the sound proof? So I really want to encourage small business, especially when we need it on the community. I guess also want to make sure this sound is not going to carry out. So if there is a way we can put something in place to make sure that the owner will comply with making sure the sound is not going, as Janice said, travel to the a nursing home or to the residence. And I know that you said a lot of things, Dave, here about soundproof and everything, but there is something that we can make sure, so, or an I don't know, just something to put there on the agreement to make sure that that's something will be taken care of.
If I can make a suggestion,
Yeah.
I would focus on your condition making on things that are not enforcement related, but that you think are proactive steps to mitigate the negative impacts that you foresee happening. So rather than trying to craft a condition that requires the county to enforce some sort of decibel level of bad behavior, to require a tree line or to limit the number of animals at any certain time in any certain place. You would of course want to check with the applicant tonight to see if they're amenable to a condition you might propose.
Yeah.
And as far as the condition, I would imagine that there are some state codes, because they mentioned that the yard size was according to the amount of animals. So there could be some limitations as to what we can impose, I would assume.
Yep. That's another thing, state stuff.
I guess I would just ask Mr. Jensen if it sounded like from reading the planning and zoning minutes and what you've said here tonight that you would be agreeable to like additional screening through trees and shrubs or something like that. Do you mind just talking to us a little bit about what you'd be willing to do in, you know, kind of on the outside of the facility that might help?
If Scott would like to add to this.
Hi, Scott Ritter here with Hart Frederick, and county has rules for buffering up against residential, and they probably enforce that. So there's so many trees, so many shrubs per every 100 feet of distance on a line. So there would be additional buffering needed. Does that answer your question?
Would that consist of acoustic fencing or anything, or would you be looking more at shrubs or something on that order?
I think there's both could be used. They don't have they do have a rule on solid fencing, like 8 foot tall or something like that. But shrubs and trees would be your best bet.
And Mr. Jensen, are you favorable to that?
Yes, yes, absolutely. To go back to what I read verbatim from page 3 in that option for additional noise abatement, the baffles that would be attached inside if needed, they could absolutely be installed outside as well. And you know, if it was necessary, you could line the play area as well with maybe a solid fence or just shrubs all the way around it to help keep that noise in towards the play area versus going out. I do think, you know, we kind of have a fortress of trees outlining the lot lines of the parcels, the property, as well as additional trees as you come in further from the lot lines and parcels from the east to the west. That's in addition to what, you know, may be necessary for the facility itself.
And did I hear you correctly that you're intending to keep all those mature trees that you pointed out that are on the property?
Absolutely. They're all still standing after the derecho storm we had.
Good,
good. And Mr. Jensen, you talked about the possibility of that road extension over to Nex. I think that's the name of the street. Would that involve removing any of the trees?
I don't believe so. I think everything where Grindstone, I believe, is the road you'd be talking about. Yeah, there is not really any trees at all in that area, at least no mature trees or mature bushes or anything of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to propose an amendment, but I'm not exactly sure how to word it. Because I guess what I would like is, or as a condition, an additional condition, is that that adequate trees, shrubberies, you know, evergreens probably, because those are going to be the best at buffering the noise, be planted around the outside of the play area. There's part of me that would like to include a solid fence. I don't know how much that adds to your expense, and I don't know, depending on the kind of solid fence you use, what that also does in terms of air circulation through the play area, which obviously you want to have that air circulation through the play area. So Danielle, I don't know if you can help us wordsmith an additional condition that counselors might be supportive of, because it seems to me I'm hearing maybe the majority are supportive if we could get a condition in there about maybe trees or something for buffering sound.
It does sound like an 8-foot fence is required, if I understood correctly.
Yeah, but if it's chain link, that's not going to do anything for sound, so I'm not sure.
I think, Danielle, like anything that not going to interfere with the state code,
Right.
that we can just add it there, as Susan Mim said, like to make sure that, you know, the sound will be reduced to the minimum.
We'll have you say something, Dave Jensen.
As far as the noise prevention, you know, fencing or an acoustic material might be more effective than trying to figure out exactly what type of vegetation is best in all conditions. If that's the biggest concern, you might specify if there's a, and again, I don't know exactly if they plan the entire site out with where the play area would be, but if it's acoustic deadening between it and the residential areas, I think that's probably enough of a condition to portray what you're trying to accomplish to the county board.
I would be amenable to that.
Yes, I would like that.
I would too.
Any other?
This is Eleanor. I think the motion on the floor is to approve the letter for denial. So I think we want to withdraw the motion on the floor and then start over with the motion sending a letter for approval with the staff conditions and with the additional condition of having an acoustic, some sort of acoustic deadening around the outdoor play area.
So moved. Thank you, Eleanor. I guess technically we have to
withdraw the
motion. So whoever made the motion, I guess.
So I want to say that it was Thomas followed by Taylor.
Janice made the motion.
Sorry, withdraw the motion.
Yeah, Janice, not Taylor.
All right, so all in favor of withdrawing the motion, say aye.
Aye. We don't have to vote on the withdrawal of the motion.
Okay, just,
We just need a second on Susan's motion.
Second.
All right. So Mayor Pro Tem seconded. And we have the conditions. Are you clear, Danielle and Eleanor, on our conditions?
We can put it together.
I think so. The two that staff proposed, and then this acoustic deadening around the play area.
Yes. Okay. All right. Roll call, please. Any more comments by council? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
No. No.
Weiner?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Oh, Mayor, a quick question for Eleanor though. Is there any problem with that's different than the P&Z's recommendation, since they were 3 and 3 and denied it? Do we have to do anything, or does that only work if they approve and we deny?
No, there's no, this is your decision to make.
Thank you.
And P&Z was tied. 3 and 3. Yes. All right, moving on to item number 10, amend water collection ordinance fiscal year 20. Ordinance amending Title 3, City Finances, Taxation and Fees. Chapter 4, Schedule of Fees, Rates, Charges, Bonds, Fines, and Penalties. Section 3, entitled Potable Water Use and Service of the City Code to increase or change water service charges and fees in Iowa City, Iowa, and amending Title 16, entitled Public Works. Chapter 3A, entitled General Provisions. Sections 5, 6, and 7, entitled Establishing City Utility Accounts, Deposits Required, Billing and Collection Procedures, Delinquent Accounts, and Discontinuation and Restoration of Service to make delinquent account collection fees and procedures more equitable and just. I'm going to open the public hearing, and then we have a staff presentation.
Good evening. This is Dennis Bockenstead, the Finance Director for the city. I'm going to try and share my screen here for you. Hopefully everybody can see that. So tonight is the public hearing for this proposed water rate ordinance. The proposed changes for this water rate ordinance are primarily focused on the city's utility shutoff carding process and then the related carding fee. Proposed changes for this ordinance primarily are to convert the shutoff carding process from a manual process to a digital process. This has the potential to lower carbon emissions and also could reduce staff time and lower the costs. This ordinance will pass those cost savings on to customers, which also reduces the disproportionate minority impact of the particular carding fee. This also improves the parity of our shutoff process with that of our municipal neighbors. The issues that we've had with the shutoff carding fee in the past, this fee adds to the financial difficulty of the customers, and it ultimately leads to more water shutoffs. We have found this fee to be very unpopular, and it's frequently the one that we find the most customer resistance with. Also, this fee was intended for cost recovery, but by going electronic with the notice process, there's really no other managerial purpose for the fee to remain. Also, in the whole collection process, for late fees and reconnection fees, there are a few of the tools that the city has to really incentivize payment, and customers generally understand the purpose of those fees, but they don't necessarily understand the purpose of a carding fee and why that they are getting charged that fee. Also, we found that through other processes that I'll talk about, that the carding fee has been found to be disproportionate impact on minority and low income populations. The major provisions of this water rate ordinance change. The first point is the elimination of the physical door carding requirement. And this now becomes a department policy whether or not they will do a physical carding on properties. It also eliminates the fee for that physical carding, the $47.25. It does increase the late fee from 5% of the amount due to 10% of the amount due, approximately $4.70. And this is to provide for the electronic notification software that replaces the physical carding at the residence. Also, there's a reduction of the service reconnection fee of $2.25 to $45. So what is the average utility bill? The utility bill is how the city bills and collects for essential services. These are essential services that are not supported by property taxes. They are supported by these fees for the users of those services. And this is the means of billing and collecting for those services. That includes the city's water utility, which includes the water plant and the water mains to deliver fresh water to homes and businesses through the community. The sewer utility, which includes the plant and collection system, which treats wastewater and then puts it back into the environment. The curbside refuse collection and trash collection program. The city's curbside recycling program is on this utility bill, as well as the tree and branch and organics collection. And also the city's stormwater and storm sewer system is supported through the utility bill and the utility billing process. So I'll just kind of step through that process to give you an idea how it works. So each week, the city is broken into zones, and each week a different zone has its water meters read by the water division. After those water meters are read, then the revenue division and the finance department sends out utility bills every week. And that's approximately 6,000 bills a week for about 24,000 customers. And that's 24,000 bills a month that we would send out. On the face of each bill, there's a statement of a delinquency charge if the bill is unpaid. So right on the face of that bill says, if this bill is unpaid, you'll be charged a delinquency fee. And then the customers have 22 days to make the payment of the amount due. If that bill goes unpaid after 22 days, then that late fee of 5% of the amount due is added to the bill. And then a letter is mailed out to the customers outlining the amount that's now due, and then the city's shut-off procedures. And after 37 days, and I highlighted this in red because this is the primary change here, but right now a water division goes out and places a notice on that customer's door of the impending shut-off. And the fee that is charged to have that employee go out and post that notice is $47.25. If it remains unpaid after 47 days, then another water division employee goes out and shuts the customer's water off. And then in order for the customer to get their water turned back on, they have to pay all their bill and fees that have been assessed. And then the water division will go out and turn that water back on. And then they assess another $47.25 fee for the employee to go out and turn the water back on for his time, the equipment. So if somebody goes through this entire process and has their water shut off and turned back on, they would experience fees of approximately $99.20 on a water bill that averages about $94. We first reviewed this process, this carding process, back in 2017 as part of the Racial Equity Toolkit. This is one of the first city uses that the city had or used for the Racial Equity Toolkit. And what we did was we tried to determine whether or not this process had a disproportionate impact on certain populations, and if impacts were found, to help us identify ways to mitigate those impacts. We took customer addresses where utility bill cardings occurred from September 2016 to February 2017. We mapped those in our GIS system, and we overlaid that with non-white and low-income census data, and also address data from our low-income utility discount program. And what we found from doing that analysis was that larger proportions of shut-off cardings were received by houses living below the poverty level, which is you could draw that conclusion. But we found this to be particularly acute in minority populations in the southeast part of the city. So there's 11 census tracts here in the south central part of the city that had a significantly high number of shut-off carding notices. And you can see in the census tract data for the non-white population that in those most affected areas had a higher proportion of non-white population. So additional findings through this toolkit process, we found that households participating in the low-income discount program actually received significantly fewer cardings than those that were not participating within that area. The numbers also indicated that there were many more households that were eligible for the program that were not participating. So at the time we went through this process, the recommendations that we acted on and we still are acting on was to do targeted promotion of the utility program, and particularly in that part of town where we did mailings, we did other notices and nonprofits to help get that word out. And at the same time, we implemented a donor program to help offset the increased costs to the city that would result from the expansion of the discount program. Now, I'll just briefly talk about that program. The discount program for qualifying individuals, dollar-based charges, and charges. And in August 2017, we had 338 participants, and in August 2020, we had 455. So we had a 35% increase in participation over the last 3 years in the program. The cost of the program is about just over $9,000 a month and over $100,000 a year. And the donor program brings in about $10,000 per year. So in 2020, we decided to review this program again. And this was primarily for climate action purposes. The Finance Department has a climate action goal to reduce carbon emissions through converting manual processes to electronic format. We thought that this process maybe had some carbon emission savings potential, replacing that physical carding process with electronic process. The data we gathered to this point has been conclusive of whether or not there's a substantial amount of carbon emission savings. However, as we were going through this process, we realized that eliminating the shutoff carding notice and the supporting fee supported the Racial Equity Toolkit findings from 2017. So from that, we developed a process to eliminate the physical shutoff notice process and replace it with an electronic, and this was in order to lower costs and reduce the financial impact on the minority and low-income populations. So the proposed process is part of this ordinance. The first 4 steps don't change. The city is still zoned. The meters will still be read weekly. The bills will still be sent out every week, and the delinquency charge statement will be on the face of each bill, and they will still have 22 days with which to make payment. The changes that are part of this ordinance is that if after 22 days it's unpaid, the delinquency charge is now 10%, which is an average increase of about $4.70 for that late fee. For the carding notice, after 37 days, if it's still unpaid, the notice will actually be mailed rather than delivered by an employee. In addition, the customer will receive an email or a text if we have that information. In addition to that, no carding fee will be levied. So that $47.25 fee for that carding will be eliminated. And after 47 days, if it's still unpaid, the water would then still be shut off. And when the utility bill and fees would have been paid, a water division employee will go back out and turn it on. However, the fee will be $45 reconnection fee instead of $47.25. So if a customer goes through the entire process where they don't pay their bill and we have to go through the collection process and shut off and reconnect, the total fees would be approximately $54.40, a reduction of $44.88 from the current process. So to give you an idea of how that looks, on the left here would be the total fees for the process, the red being the carding fee, and the late fees and the reconnection fees. The current process could amount up to $99. And under the proposed process, with that carding fee being eliminated, the fees would, if they were completely shut off and reconnected, would be approximately $54.40. And so to compare this with our Coralville and North Liberty, our nearest neighbors, we each bill monthly. Right now, Coralville and North Liberty each charge a 10% late fee if a bill is unpaid. And we currently charge 5%. The proposal is to raise it to 10%. For a carding fee, Coralville charges a $20 carding fee. North Liberty charges a $15 carding fee, and we charge a $47.25 carding fee. And this proposal is to eliminate that fee. And then for the reconnect fee, Coralville charges $45. North Liberty charges $35. We currently charge $47.25. Proposals reduce that to $45. So the total fees, not including the late charge, would be $65 from Coralville, 50 from North Liberty, and ours would be reduced from $94.50 to $45. So we would actually be the lower than North Liberty or Coralville as far as the fees that we would charge for that collection process. And then Iowa City and Coralville each offer after-hours reconnect. If an employee wants to get their water reconnected after 5 p.m. or North Liberty does not offer that service. So just other considerations, and to summarize, their proposed ordinance changes that had to comply with state law, and they do comply with state law. This is really the collection process to pay for the city's enterprise funds or business type funds. They're self-supporting. They're not supported through property taxes. Several of them have bonded debt and bond coverage requirements. We believe this proposal meets the requirements of those coverage and covenants and will not impact the ability of these funds to be self-supporting. That this carding fee does have a disproportionate impact, and we believe that'll be reduced by the elimination of the carding fee. We estimate a revenue loss of about $150,000 per year between these changes. And then also this water rate ordinance requires 3 readings prior to adoption. And then also just a reminder that all of these collection processes are temporarily on hold. And so we saw an opportunity to get these changes implemented while these processes were not actually taking place. And then I will try to answer any questions that you have.
I just want to ask you how long this process has been going on of charging $245 when you deliver the notice, and if the water shut, it was for another $47. How long this process was in place?
Well, I'm sure this process has been in place for decades, and all utilities have a past due collection process. When the last time that ordinance went into place, as far as setting that fee originally to $45, that I don't know. We could look into that, but it has been for quite a while. It has been for all the years I've been here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and you're saying now. No, I guess that was my question. Yeah, for a long time, unfortunately. Okay, that's my question for you. That's it.
Okay.
And no, you said something else. Yeah, I remember now. You said there is no, did I get that right? You said there is no turn on water after hours?
Yeah, if somebody were to contact the water department and their water was shut off, they would be able to turn that water on after hours. There is a charge for that because that is after hours. It typically is done with overtime in order to make that happen. But they will have somebody come in and turn on somebody's water for them if they pay after hours.
Oh, you mean beside the $45?
No, it would be a separate fee. It would be a higher fee because they would have to bring in somebody after hours to turn the water on for them.
Which is instead of 45, you charge higher amount.
Yeah, it would be, if it's during their normal operating hours, it would be $45. But after hours, they would charge an addition. It would be a higher fee.
What that fee?
I believe it is $88.20.
$88.
Correct.
Double, almost like 50%, like 100%. Okay.
Yeah, that's probably time and a half for the employee, more than likely, since it's off hours.
Yeah, and that fee doesn't come near to covering the actual cost of turning their water on after hours. So,
but actually, the turn on water during the hours, working hours, was by a city employee, right?
That's correct.
Whether they went there or they didn't go, is still they are a city employee and they get paid.
They get paid through water fees, and so
yeah,
yes.
Whether it's my water has been shut off, So he came to reconnect it, or I paid on time, that employee get paid. In both cases.
That's correct.
Okay, that's what I want to know, yeah. Because Pauline just mentioned 1 hour and a half for that person. Yes, but his 1 hour at least is paid if he done it during the, we just give, like, how long it take for someone to turn water on?
I honestly don't know.
How long it take to shut off a water?
I can get an answer for you for that if you would like.
Because I think charging like all this money, and I don't know how much you pay police if you hire hourly for that kind of service.
I mean, there are rules in regards to the unions and the employees and the hours that they work, and so there is a cost associated with sending out somebody out after hours to turn somebody's water on.
I know. I just like, are you hiring a temp, like hourly employees for that, or just like, permanent employees that?
Those are done by permanent employees.
Permanent employees, yeah, thank you.
We can get you that time estimate, but typically on an overtime callback, you're going to have a minimum of 2 hours for that employee. So even if it takes the employee an hour and 10 minutes to complete that task, they're probably going to get paid for that 2 hour, and that's pretty standard. But we can confirm those details at your second reading.
Okay.
Right. That's general, like standard union language, and I assume these folks are covered under a union contract, and it's probably in their contract and find it. I know we at the hospital, we had a minimum 2 hours to be paid. Even if we came in for 15 minutes, we got paid for 2 hours. So Mazahir, I'm sure that includes, leaving their home, getting going to City Hall, getting a city vehicle, those kinds of things. So it's not just the 15 minutes to turn it back on.
No, I did not say that, Pauline Taylor. I was just saying during the daytime is a regular employee, whether the water shut or not shut. Just I want you to keep that in mind. They get paid. And after hours, I want to see how long so we can see the adequate fee. I guess even if the employees get paid like $20 an hour, unions employee, that is not $88 for 2 hours. I don't think so, but that's what my point was.
My question is there, when you're talking about sending out notices, you also talked about the fact that people who got on the reduced cost program were much less likely to have this problem. Are you also going to be, would you also envision making an effort that comes with the water bill to say, you should really sign up, maybe see if you're eligible for this program, call, I don't know how you advertise it, but call this number or come to City Hall, find out if you're eligible for this program, in order to further reduce the number of people who might end up, unfortunately, falling under this category. I mean, that would seem to me that any way that we as a city can bring people into that program and avoid having thereby avoiding them falling into these cracks would be a really positive undertaking.
And that was something that we, back when we did the toolkit analysis, that we really identified. We enhanced the city's website to put more information on it. We also talked to a lot of the nonprofits and the different agencies, including the Housing Authority. We did talk to Centers for Workers' Justice, a lot of the different agencies about getting those materials and handing them out to their customers and their clientele, and really getting the word out. And so it's something that we continue to make an effort. We put, every year we put something in the customers' utility bills. And we have seen a real growth in that participation. And we do believe that's been a really good program, but it is something that we continue to promote, and we continue to find ways to try and get those messages out there. And we believe that has been effective. And it's something that, like I said, as far as what we do and our goals, that we continue to work on.
And you were saying that even though here on the ordinance say just like via email and text messaging, it doesn't say via mail. But you mentioned that you will send something by the mail. Is that right, or I'm getting it wrong?
No, we will actually, we'll try to send a text message, an email. Also, we'll mail a letter. And at this point, through policy, we might still be doing cardings on doors. So actually, we'll be looking at 4 different ways of communicating with an individual on their water shutoff versus just right now we have one where somebody posts a carding. So actually, the number of methods of communication that we're making is a far greater effort to get that message to the customer than what is currently being done, while at the time lowering the costs and lowering those fees.
And how did you come up with those system messaging, like system? Did you done a survey and you find out people are really using text message and email? Those people who are doing they always constantly shutting, or the people who are really facing this problem. How did you find out? And is this email going to be in their own language, or is this email will be in English? And how you know if that person, what language she speak, and all this? How do you figure out those?
Well, we will communicate those messages in the language that are available through the software and through the emails and text messages. It won't go out in all the languages that we probably would like them to go out in, just because that's not capable. However, a lot of those electronic communications, individuals do have the ability to interpret those emails or text messages into the languages on their phones or in their software. And we don't think that we'll be able to reach everybody through every form of communication. However, the more forms of communication that we send out, the more likely that person's going to get that message.
If I may add to that as well, we still will card properties physically to get started as well. Just because it's not listed in the ordinance doesn't mean we'll stop that practice. Certainly, as we transition into that electronic mode, we're going to be extra careful and try to notice people as much as we can. And at some point in the future, we feel comfortable enough that the electronic notification is all that's needed, then we can pull back the physical carding of the property. So with the physical notification on the property, we probably have more flexibility than we would through the software to get some messages out in different languages, and we can look at that.
I just want to say thanks to Dennis for a very comprehensive presentation, kind of walking us through all the different parts of it, and especially recognizing that this is an enterprise fund, and so it has to be self-sustaining. And I think having staff come up with creative ways to reduce the fee, enhance the number of contacts and the ways in which people can be contacted, and doing that through the use of our racial equity toolkit. I mean, it would be wonderful if we could, just completely get rid of all fines and fees for everything that we do in the city, but we do have a responsibility to create the revenue to actually provide this service to the community. And I would prefer to see creative problem solving like this than increasing everyone's water bills, to make up for some other change. So I think this is a great solution, and I'm pleased that we're hopefully going forward with it.
Hey, Dennis, I have another question. This is not a council discussion, right? Because I'm just asking question right now because I really want to discuss this. But before that, I just want to ask you a question. Did we recently, I don't know, just remind me if I'm wrong, did we increase the tax for water or something like that? Did we increase something for water, like tax or?
We did several years ago. Actually, it's the one's being delayed right now. We did a 5% rate increase in 20 and 5% rate increase in 21, which really goes across the board and hits all water consumption and all fees. And that's to support really the bond coverage requirements, the capital program for the water fund, and to support the growing cost of the operations. However, this is a fairly targeted change. And so really the loss of revenue is not as substantial as the change in the water rate increase. So essentially what we're providing is relief and assistance for those that do have the past due and the shutoffs, particularly because we found it is disproportionately impacts minority community. So, although we did do those rate increases for the health of the fund, we believe that this change was really better for the overall good, with a fairly minimal impact on the overall financial operations of the water fund.
Sure, thank you.
Did we put off the 5% increase? Have we actually put that in place yet? Seemed to me that we had delayed that a couple of times.
It's been delayed, yes.
Currently delayed until February 1st.
But is this was like 2 times we increase it or just 1 time?
We increased it last year, and then we had another increase this year, which has been delayed. And
due
right
to
now,
COVID.
This last one was primarily due to the operations of Procter & Gamble, which is significantly our #1 customer, and is winding down their health and beauty operations, which would take approximately about 80% of the waterfront's revenue away. Now, currently that operation hasn't been moved out as quickly as we had budgeted it to move out or were anticipating. So the delay in this last rate increase hasn't been as impactful because Procter & Gamble hasn't wound down as quickly as we thought they would. So there's been some offset there.
And you said how much was last year increase?
It was 5% rate increase.
5%, and now we are delaying the other 5. It will be affected on when, Jeff?
As of right now, February 1st.
February 1st, okay.
Any other questions for staff? All right, I'm gonna open up the public discussion. So anyone that want to address this topic, please raise your hand. And if you're on the phone, press *9 and I'll call on you. I'm going to go to Hatim, followed by Raneem. And we're asking everyone to keep their comments to 3 to 5 minutes.
My name is Hatim Saleh, and I live here in Iowa City for 8 years. And the person who live in Iowa City for 8 years, I got hit by the restoration fees like 3 times before while I was unemployed. And I really feel that this fee is giving people hard time, especially in the area that was shown on the map. I hereby ask City Council to eliminate these fees and start fast processing to adopt digital shut-off carding, as mentioned in the presentation. That would be, that would be a great change in Iowa City water bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Raneem, followed by Myra.
Hi, I just wanted to bring up the fact that, recognizing that just today, Council made a proclamation about the International Day of Peace and supporting UN principles, and recognizing that access to water is really a fundamental human right. I was wondering what steps, the Council has taken since you guys used the Racial Equity Toolkit to determine that that initial $45 carding fee was in and of itself unjust. And what kind of, with that same concept in mind, has that, research and analysis been done with respect to the restoration fee in and of itself? Because I truly believe that this, as the person before me has spoken, individuals who are targeted in our community in Iowa City are with, such fees are those who are low income and primarily people of color in Iowa City. And having such a financial burden, just to have your water even turn back on in and of itself poses some certain disparities. And I was wondering what council is doing to mitigate those disparities for low-income folk in our community.
And typically this is a time to just address council. Did you have any other comments? You still have time.
No, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Myra, followed by David.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, so I have several questions and comments about this. Will this digital reminder system be reaching the people who are most affected by the late fees? Or how are we assured that increasing the fee from 5% to 10% will be making any positive difference if the people that are most affected are not getting the notifications because of either lack of internet or lack of computer or phones? Would this even be reaching the people that it's supposed to be reaching, or will it not do anything in the end? And honestly, these fees overall are punishing low-income people for basically being poor. Plus, I think that this $47 fee for carding, in my opinion, is ridiculous. Because right now, especially during this pandemic, we have a lot of unemployed people and a lot with no income from any source. Others who are only able to work very few hours during the week. And then you have still employers who don't want to pay for the work that some of these workers are doing. So to put it into perspective, I think that an employer who doesn't pay, what he owes his employees, he or she doesn't get a fee, but somebody who can't afford a basic necessity like water does get charged extra for not being able to pay. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Yeah, I just want to support everything the folks before me just said. One of the councilors brought up, highlighted the idea that, there needs to be a way to create revenue. And I don't think anybody would disagree with that. That's one of the functions of these government entities. But we have to be intentional about who is carrying the burden of creating that revenue, and not just in a raw number format, but proportionally, like the last person just said. These excess fees, even though we're lowering them from one level to another, the existence of these excess fees is what people mean when they say that it's expensive to be poor. The folks who are already struggling to pay their water bills, it just doesn't make sense to continue to charge them, whether it's to turn it off and turn it back on, or under this new proposal to simply turn it back on. I mean, if the burden falls disproportionately on those people, then that by definition is a classist proposal. And so when we're thinking of a proposal like this, we have to see it as different than just oh, this is one step in the right direction. Do we want a classist proposal if it is simply slightly less classist, which is the reduction from a $95 total fee to a $45 total fee. So yeah, I hope we can just keep that in mind, that a less classist policy proposal is not necessarily progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address council?
Mayor, if I may, just real quick, I think the council's aware that we have not pursued any water shutoffs since the start of the pandemic in March. And as we talked about in the work session, we don't have plans to resume water shutoffs this year. That'll be something we discuss with council when we turn those back on. So this ordinance is not being applied, either the current one or the proposed one, during this pandemic, recognizing the increase in financial hardships that households are facing.
All right. If there's anyone else that want to address council, please do so now. I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to give first consideration?
So moved, Mims.
Moved by Mims.
Second, Taylor.
Seconded by Taylor. Council discussion?
I'm gonna start because I have a lot to say. I just want to say first, thank you very much, city staff, city council, for not shutting the water during this pandemic. That's really huge. It's really, amazing thing. And earlier, even other cities is doing it now. And earlier, I guess Dennis, he compared how our law, fees comparing to other cities. We always don't follow the bad thing, but we be the leaders. And that's why, even though Coralville and other city is shutting down the water right now, Iowa City is not doing it because we believe that's not right. That's how we are different than other city. We never have to compare ourselves as a city because we always want to lead and be the first to do good things. And I'm just going to speak about your example, Dennis. I'm going to speak about the old scenario first before we can come to the new scenario. The old scenario, there were 3 different fees has been charged to the person who could not pay basically a basic need of the water. So that's why it has been shut off. The carding fee of 47, and after that, the reconnection fee of 47. 5% of of that bill, it still will be charged as a late fee. Even though this person is paying late, he being charged because we sending somebody during the daytime to put a carding notice in his door. So this is really, it is 94, you said 94 is the average. That means almost $5 or $4 something plus. You told me the total fee will be 99, and my original bill was 94, almost more than 100% fee. If my original bill is 94, you're charging me $100 more for just being poor and not able to pay the bill or until my water has been shut off. This is more than 100%. And now we're talking about the new scenario. Thank you so much for elimination of the fee of the carding. That's huge step the city to take. To be honest with you, I was not know that because I never get the water until shut. I don't know really that fee has been associated. I would have talked about this long time ago. But the city has been charging those people for decades, as Dennis said, making money of poor people because, they cannot just pay their water bill. Water is really essential need for everyone who lives in this city. And I think just eliminating that carding fee is huge. I'm gonna really give you plus on that. But you did that because you applied this, you find out this is really disproportionately, affecting and impacting the low-income people. Same thing like retaining back the water fee. It is proportionally impact the same people. And those people are paying 5%, given fact that we change the water. Laura area said, she doesn't want to see that the water has been increased. We did increase it. We increased it last year, 5%. We increased it this year and we postponed it 5%. All this is affecting some people. They don't even care about 5% because they just pay their bill. But who is affecting? Also is affecting the low income people. And we increased it because Procter & Gamble left and that money was coming. And now who is buying this? The rest of the community, because we want to make up the budget for the city employee. Okay, sending somebody during their regular hours to turn on the water, that's normal. Why we charge people? And if you want to send this person after hours, I can understand that. Give them the option. If you want your water to be shut, to be retained back during the daytime, we don't charge you. That should be. But after hours, we will charge you overtime for that person to come because actually we pay that person overtime. But that person, if my water shut off or is not shut off, that person already being paid, he work during regular hours. if he turn on the water or turn it off, it's still he get paid. You know, I really think and also increasing the late fee to 5%, again, it becomes 10% of the bill. If the average is 94, that means we are increasing it by $9, almost $10 increase, because still we're gonna charge him instead of 47, 45, $2 discount. This is what make it 55. If my bill is 94 average, as you said earlier, and you charge me now after, you know, this great, you know, elimination of the fee, you will be charging me 55 instead of 99. Oh, huge discount, really. But why should I pay 50% of my average bill, you know, to the city because just they came and retained the water during the daytime? Why? Instead of paying 94, I will pay 94 plus the $55 if my bill 94. But if my bill is 100 or like 150, that means $15 late fee, because the late fee is percentage out of your bill. So it will be increased. I really think this is not supposed to be. This is really disproportionately impact the low income people, everyone in this city. Yeah, and you said this increase of 5% because to, you know, buy this equipment, so this equipment can remind people. If you came by, you know, somebody came and put the card on my door, and I did not came and pay my water, I don't think, if I cannot see that card, I'm not gonna see my text or going to the internet. As somebody else said on the call, you know, we really don't know if this is going to reach all the people. We don't know if you know the language that person speaks or not. I don't think so. And I don't think those people who can work 2 jobs and come late, they have to go and look to their emails or look to, you know, I'm a city council and I have hard time look into my like work email and my personal email and my kids' email, and I always in front of the computer. Who said all the low-income people have computers? I don't think whoever come with this policy, you don't know the low-income people. That's why always when we making policy, we have to invite the people who are affected by this issue and ask them questions. Let them be part of the decision when we want to do something. The equity toolkit is to involve people who are really affected by the problem to make sure that the new change, it will work for them and it will work for the city too. Everybody in the city need water and everybody in the city have water, but not everybody in the city have internet, device, or maybe a phone that, you know, get text message, maybe their phone all the time disconnected. You know, I just really believe this is not something that we should be. You know, I think that we need to eliminate the turn on fee if you turn the water on during the hours, and we charge them overtime fee if this happen after hours. I really believe that we need, you know, to just do this and eliminate all the fee that unnecessary and disproportionately impacting the low-income people. I really don't support this moving forward, and I hope we're not going to do it. Thank you.
Can I ask what impact it would have on the water enterprise fund not to have the turn on fees? Because I'm inclined to agree with Maz on that. I just want to know what the financial impact would be, because I know that the water enterprise fund has to
Right now,
say.
it's about $125,000 to $150,000 we collect in the late fee charges, and we collect about $350,000 in the carding and reconnect fees. So between the two of them, you're looking at about $500,000. So it is a fairly significant dollar amount in relationship to the revenue of the fund itself. And So it would have a fairly significant, give you an idea of what the impact would that be. The waterfront's average capital program is $900,000. So essentially you would wipe out 50% of their capital program through full elimination of those charges. In addition, those are the only real tools that we have to incentivize payment. When people incur a late fee or a reconnect fee, that incentivizes them to pay their bill timely, as well as to prevent their water from getting turned off. The elimination of those fees would remove those incentives for people to pay their bills on time or to prevent their water from getting shut off, and would actually probably lead to more staff time participating in collection and reconnection activities if they were not being charged for. So there are operational reasons to maintain the fees as well as financial reasons. However, and it's not just low-income impact people that are impacted by this. And we do have a university community with a high transient population that we have to consider as well, which may have been one of the driving forces behind the higher fees in the collection program. Although I believe that the unintentional consequence was for the minority community. There are operational reasons why you would want to maintain that fee structure.
I just want to make sure that people are not understanding me wrong. I'm not advocating for eliminating the late fee. If you're late, you pay late fee. 5% late fee. We just increased it 5% and now 5% late fee. I'm not reading, but I want to ask you really question. You said that the $47, how much income generated for the enterprise for the water?
That would be for the carting fee and the reconnection fees is approximately $350,000.
$350,000 for just the reconnection fee.
Correct.
Okay, just let us give an example. If all the CTB will become very good on paying the water and nobody water shut off and you don't need to charge them fee, why are you going to get the money for your department?
Well, right now, the primary source of revenues for the water fund is through water fees. And so
yes, water fee.
Right, it's through the water rate charges is the primary source of revenue for the water fund.
But if there is nobody, their water has been shut off, so you don't need to charge them $45. Is that really going to affect the budget for the water?
Well, it would really impact the budget for the water because there currently are people who aren't paying their bill on time and that are incurring those fees. So theoretically, if they all paid on time, they would lower our collection costs. And those fees or those staff time would be covered through the water rate charges.
But it still is not going to be that significant amount, I guess.
I don't.
Yeah, when you're talking several $100,000, as Dennis mentioned, you're talking. You could put it in any number of relative terms. That's several employees. When you think about salary and benefits, that's the equivalent of several permanent staff, or the equivalent of depending on what fees we're looking at, a quarter to half of the capital program. So you have to come up with those expenses in some way. Either you just reduce the overall expenses through cuts to the department, or you raise the overall water rate across all users to compensate for that.
Yeah, you mean that those people who paying fee is really helping the city. And we need to encourage them to being like this, because if they don't have a water shut off, we're gonna lose some money.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just trying to give you the practical. I'm just trying to give you the practical budget realities that you need to consider when making a decision. If you decide to go and waive all the fees, that's fine. You just have to know that we're going to have to make up that revenue because it is an enterprise fund. So it would lead to eventually higher water rates across the board, or a reduction in expenses, and that's what we would figure out based on your decision. I'm not trying to do anything but give you the facts that you need to make your decision, and then we'll adapt accordingly.
So I appreciate all the discussion and even the comments. When we talk about water, I believe it is a human right. Even housing is a human right. Healthcare is a human right. But right now, housing and healthcare, they have costs associated with them, or you get a part of you connect with a program that can get you reduced rates, or even for healthcare, there are state programs where Medicaid will pay for an individual. So just like these others are human rights, I also believe that there is an opportunity here that we can probably look at. So the low income discount program that we already have in place, that's something that I think is very good. And then we also have this donation program that's in place. So when I look at the 10% late fee, given the average is about $10, I do believe that there are some individuals that do need kind of that nudge, or some individuals do need the nudge, but even the late fee itself, oftentimes when someone sees that shut off notice, they kind of get busy and become serious about trying to figure out how to pay this bill. And there are, in my earlier example in the work session, I referred to that of the 455 individuals, I believe, that had their water cut off, or I don't know if it was cut off last year or what, there was probably there were probably people in there that can't afford to pay for their water, but whatever reason, they didn't pay it, and then it was shut off, they turned it back on, voila. But there are certainly a lot of people that had challenges, financial challenges, paying for their water. What I would like us to think about is there a way that we can have this type of program where there's a forgivable portion to turning off water? Because there are some individuals that have no idea about this low-income discount program. And so if they aren't aware of the low discount program, their water is being turned off. And then on the back end, they can come back and try to figure out this low income discount program. So I'll just kind of cut to the chase of what my thoughts are, and I'm not sure what other counselors think, is if we have this forgivable process, or this opportunity where if someone had financial challenges and they said they had them, where we offer them an opportunity to have that turn on fee waived, totally get it. Maybe the first time is forgivable altogether, and then after that, we try to figure out how can this person that does need this human right, this water, how can we figure out how to ensure that they can have the water? So it's not an all or nothing for me right now in this process. I really believe the element that's missing for me is kind of a forgivable piece within this proposal.
Dennis, I have a question for you. How much is the discount?
It is 60% of the water, sewer, and stormwater base fees, and it's 75% of the trash and the recycling and the organics charges. And so it's something that we haven't really discussed. It's been all about the water, but this billing does include, the trash pickup. It's the cost for the drive the trucks around and pick up trash. It doesn't include, the tree and branch and the food waste pickups, as well as the curbside recycling programs, as well as the wastewater treatment plant and the stormwater system is all part of this package. However, water is the one that is primarily overseeing this process, this collection process.
You mean if somebody, I know the applications and they have to receive some of the public benefit and they stamp it and collect, is that if they bring that, they get 75% off of their bill?
They get it off that. So like right now, say the garbage fee, collection fee is $12.
Okay.
They would pay $12 a month. If they qualify for that program, they would only pay $3 a month.
Okay. And that's
so,
also if their water bill like $100?
Well, it's for the water and sewer and water and sewer, it's 6% of the base charge. So the base charge, say, is $8. They would get 60% of that base charge, but they would still pay for the consumption portion of that. So if they exceeded the base charge by consuming a lot of water, they would still pay for those consumption charges. They would get the discount on the base charge.
For somebody, his bill average is $94 a month, how much discount will get?
It could vary. It would generally be probably around $20 to $25 is what I thought. Get. But it depends on, if they're renting. Some landlords, may have dumpsters or for those people that are renting, or they may have water included in their rent. So it really varies on what that discount amounts to. So of the program, we have like 455 that receive discounts on water and sewer, but we only have about 250 that get it on trash and recycling, because a lot of those are included as part of their rent, perhaps. So we don't have the same, it doesn't affect all the participants equally as far as what their overall savings is.
Mm-hmm.
One suggestion might be, right now they have to qualify for a handful of different federal programs. For the discount program might be to look at expanding the discount program to capture more individuals. Because like I said, as part of that racial equity toolkit, those that do participate have a far lower incident rate of being carded and shut off. So perhaps a solution is to keep the incentives in place, however, expand the program to try and capture more people that are actually receiving those discounts.
That's what I would support. I think staff has put a lot of work into trying to improve the situation with respect to these charges. But what was concerning me is making sure that as many people who would qualify for the discount actually receive the discount. And so it's going to be some time between now and when we, these shut-off practices are reinstated. So I would encourage staff to be, I would support what's up before us tonight and be asking that staff look into getting a better fit of our discount program with the actual needs of those who are low income and require that discount.
I would agree with John. I think the staff's worked really hard to, construct a relatively, as well as we can, a fair fee structure that still meets the needs of an enterprise fund. And making sure that the people who need the assistance have it. And, just keep in mind, this is where we're also, as a city, giving a lot of money to nonprofits to help people that are in this situation, to pay rent, mortgage, and utilities. And I think another way that the city can help make sure that people are aware of the discount program is to make sure that the nonprofits, like Shelter House, Community, CWJ, are making sure that all the people that come to them for assistance, are aware of the discount program and help them to navigate applying for that if they haven't done so already. But I think it's important, and I think Dennis brought up a really important point about, sometimes you have to have some fees and penalties there to incentivize people to pay, especially when we have such a transient population with university students, a lot of whom move, every single year. And if they can just, if they're responsible for those utilities and not their landlord, and they can just move out without having paid, and there's no real penalty, then we're going to have a lot more people who aren't paying who actually can afford to. So I would agree with John. I think this is a good change in the policy. And at the same time, we need to, not only at the city level, but at the nonprofit level, make sure as many people who qualify for the discount are aware of it and get in the program. And two, make sure that nonprofits have the money to help people for whom there still is a gap.
I think this would be a good opportunity to look at that program and maybe expand it then, because am I remembering right that it's something like 800 at this point who are unpaid on their water bills? So I don't know how that compares to how many are actually on that reduced rate, and maybe you could utilize that list and compare that, and those folks that make up that difference up to the 800 could maybe be encouraged to apply then for that reduced rate program.
So we do have those numbers. So right now we have 843 accounts that are past due, and of those only 46 are on the discount program. So
even if you have the discount program, or if you don't have it, if you don't have money to pay your water, the discount doesn't do anything for you. We're talking about you don't have money, that's why you did not come and pay water. If I have that discount and I still don't have money, the discount is not going to do anything for me. I'm talking about just adding another extra $40, $45 to the bill for somebody, even have a discount, and the discount is not applying to the 45 by any means, because that's a solid fee we will be added. This is really not right. I did not say don't charge them late fee. Charge them late fee. They are late, they have to be charged late fee. But not the $45 if we're sending somebody during our business hour.
So what we have in front of us this evening is an ordinance to completely eliminate the carding fee and reduce the shut on fee and increase the late fee. During our work session, Jeff talked about wanting to come back to us with some specific utility relief suggestions that would include those individuals who are currently late, to help make sure that they don't face shut off or reconnect fees going down the road. So I think it's important that we eliminate the fee that we're trying to eliminate. And I'm supportive of this evening because of that. I think we've already directed staff to come back to us with ways to totally relieve the utility pressures that we know are out there due to the current emergency, and that we know are going to be extending for months and months. So I hear you absolutely, Mayor Pro Tem, that this is, we need to look out for people who just cannot pay their water bills. And I think that's somewhat a separate issue from the change in the fees that we're looking at this evening.
No, actually, because we're not talking about during COVID-19, we're talking general. If I would know this long time ago, I should have brought it up before the coronavirus. We have help there. I know that community, to me, I know that community is the only one give $100 like every Monday to the people who are need to pay utility, but this $100 will be like, I guess, every 6 months you should apply for it. It's not something like, that's during the normal time, not COVID-19, because now there is more help. The shut off water right now, we're not shutting to nobody, but this is only temporary because of the COVID-19. We're going to do our normal practice when this is over. And I'm talking to the future, not during this time.
Are there any other comments before it seem like we're ready to make a vote? I did just want to make mention of, as I listened to John, Councilor Thomas, talking about, re-looking at the low-income discount program. For me, again, I believe that the fees, as it is in this ordinance is appropriate. What I believe that we need to do is revisit that, revisit the low income discount program, see how we can expand it, as well as having some type of forgivable process for anybody that has a shut off or like that is going to be shut off, where we look at how can we help someone that is in that at the city level, not at some of the other programs. So that, and I do believe that these are separate and not a part of this whole process.
I have a question for Eleanor. Eleanor, how can we vote for this if I want to support the elimination of the fee, but not the increase of the fee?
Well, you'd have to amend the ordinance in front of you to, I don't think you can vote on parts of this ordinance.
And we need to amend it then, because I'm supporting the elimination, but I'm not supporting the rest of it.
I think you'll have to choose how you want to vote on the whole ordinance unless the ordinance is amended.
Can we amend it?
Takes 4 people to amend what's on the floor.
Okay.
Yep. So I think Mayor Pro Tem just asked if anyone wants to join her in the amendment of the ordinance.
Because I want to support the first portion. Yeah.
What are you proposing to amend? I mean, I would be favorable of leaving the late fee at 5% as opposed to raising it to 10%.
Is that the amendment that you want, or you want something in addition to that?
What do you mean? You're talking to me?
Yes. So she said she would be supportive of leaving it at 5% late fee and not taking it up to 10%.
Yeah, that's what I want, but I want to support that we eliminate the 40, but this is all of them now like a one item vote.
So are you, would you consider the keeping it at 5%? That'd be the only amendment, and you could put it out there for others to consider?
No, I just don't want to have, oh, do you want me to put like different motion to amend? Or I don't know what you mean, because I really don't like the 45 fee for the shut off.
Okay, so I think you're not wanting the 45 overall, correct?
Yeah, no shut off fee unless, you know, this is what I need is really like a major change to the proposal itself. Because what I need is, yes, charge fee, late fee, shut off fee, like reconnect fee if it's after hours, okay. But don't charge if before hours.
Okay. All right, don't charge if it's before hours. And so, so Mayor Pro Tem just put an amendment on the floor where it would not be charging the $45 before hours, but would charge 45 or even the time and a half or whatever the case may be after hours. Is there anyone?
And keeping 5% increase.
And keeping the 5% increase. Is there anyone that would like to second this?
I mean, like
amendment?
Well, Maz, I can understand where you're coming from, and I would go along with the 5%. But as far as the reconnection fee, I mean, every other utility, your CenturyLink, your phone bill, Mid-Am, Mediacom, all those all charge a reconnection fee. It's just kind of a standard practice for those kinds of things. So I don't really see any problem with that, leaving that in. I think it's a major step that they dropped the carding. I mean, I agreed with you the last time around that just seemed kind of silly, you know, to go and put a card on somebody's door to say you're going to be disconnected and then charge them $47 because you put that card on the door. So I totally agreed with you, and I was happy to see that was eliminated this time. And thank you, Dennis, for doing that. And then I agree with you with the 5%, but I still think we do need some type of reconnection fee.
Mayor,
there's
can
a
we-
motion on the,
Mayor,
there,
there you go.
yeah, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Hearing none, I think we're going to go with roll call unless there's any more comments.
Or what?
We're gonna vote on this item unless there's more council discussion.
My only comment is that, I mean, I think that that we can go at this, that we can focus on this one piece at a time. It doesn't have to be as we move through, so this doesn't have to be the only time we work on this.
I guess also I want to comment something. In the future, please involve the people who've been affected. I don't think the city employees or the council or whoever now agreeing for, charging people, because they being poor, they have to pay for that extra money and, pay your bill like over 150. All those decisions sometimes come by the city and by the staff, by the council. Is not really somebody who put that policy. They don't have any relationship with the low-income person. They are not frontline experience with the people and their life. Those people, most of them is the people who never get noticed for disconnections. They don't know what's going on. And I think those people are not the people supposed to make the policy. Or at least those people should go and conduct with the people who are really suffering from this. When you make policy, before you make it, see who is going to affect. What's the purpose of the equality toolkit if we are not really doing a survey and bringing the people who've been affected by the problem and ask them if this policy is good or not. Just same thing like whenever you just decide a holiday, when somebody that holiday is not good for them, just like I can give you example for anything else. But I just mean like always bring the people who are affected by the issue to the table of discussion before you make this policy.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may respond to that. When we went through the Equity Toolkit review back in 2017, we did invite nonprofits in to talk about this. And we went through the shut-off process with various nonprofit service providers and explained to them what that process was, explained to them what our discount program was all about, and then asked for their partnership in helping us expand that discount program. So through the toolkit process, we have engaged the nonprofits. This is a later phase of that process, but that is a key part of the racial equity toolkit, is that outreach component. And we did that, and it was several years ago, but we did get quite a bit of feedback, and we did have some success. I think Dennis showed in his slides that we had a 35% increase in the participation for the low-income discount program, and that's a direct result of those partnerships with the nonprofits that we made at that time.
Have you invited immigrant person to the table? Have you invited a Latino person to the table? Have you invited those community leaders to the table? That doesn't mean like a non-profit organization, they know everybody. Bring the actual people who really get disconnected to the table.
Yeah.
Not like, there is many community members in this community. They serve in multiple, committee, and we know them. We can bring them to the table and ask them, not only like, along with a non-profit organization, of course, but
yep.
I don't think that what happens.
Here, I will say that we deal with the customers with these issues day in and day out in our office. One of the busiest components of the revenue office of here is working with people who are past due and overdue on their bills, and figuring out how to take care of that, talk to those people. And I do frequently talk to those people, and I will say that from those conversations, that this carding fee is the biggest problem. And they often, the nonprofits will provide them money to pay their past due fees, and they will provide them funds to prevent them from getting their water shut off. But it's not uncommon for that that carding fee to be too much for the nonprofit to be able to keep them from getting their water shut off. And so if they owe, say they owe $50 on their water bill, they can get the $50 from a nonprofit, but they can't get the $45 for the carding fee. And that is frequently a problem. It's often a contentious point with those customers, and it frequently leads to their water shut off. You know, it was from working with customers on a daily basis where we really have drawn the conclusion that this carding fee is one of the biggest issues with people who are getting their water shut off, because out of $300,000 water, utility bills we send out, we only shut off 800 accounts per year. So it's a very small number of accounts that actually get shut off and reconnected. But one of the biggest problems is getting that $45 to avoid from getting shut off for those individuals. And so we do believe that this solution does resolve a big issue for those individuals that are trying to prevent their water from getting shut off, which is one of the reasons that we have proposed the elimination of this fee, because we know it is a difficult burden for those, because most people don't want the reconnect fee because they don't want to get their water shut off.
But which organization will give a person who has shut off during 6 months 3 times? I think, there is certain organization give only 1 time per 6 months, and that's not helpful.
All right. Anyone else want to make comment before we take a vote?
Yeah, I just wanted to see if there was a second for a motion just to maintain the late fee at 5%.
Yes.
All right, so there's a second to maintain the motion to for 5%.
Who made the motion? Is that Weiner?
Yes.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem seconded it. I think we're going to do a formal vote on making that amendment. So we'll roll call on that.
Can I just ask a?
Oh, yes.
Sorry, can we have discussion on this?
Yes.
Dennis, can you let us know the financial impact of the fee staying at 5% instead of 10%? I don't.
Sure, it would be about $125,000 to $150,000 difference.
Okay, thank you.
And you said the main purpose of that to buy a new device to send something electronically?
What it does there's software that works with our utility billing software, and it allows us to essentially email and text customers for late notices and cardings and shutoffs. And also send those emails. So it allows us another avenue to provide communications to those customers prior to getting their water shut off.
And if we did not do that and we just keep sending the carding, and that's it. And because I guess that's a visible one, which everybody will see it. Yes. Can we still keep it 5%?
I guess what I did hear Jeff say earlier, or maybe even Dennis, that if council did decide to make a change, then they will figure out the budgetary changes.
Yeah. One of the big cost savings for the elimination of the carding fee was to eliminate the physical carding. Now, as Jeff mentioned, there is a transition period, and it's going to continue to be evaluated, because we do believe, we want to provide customers as many avenues of communication as we can get, and we believe the electronic communications is the way of the future, and it's also a potential way to reduce our carbon emissions. And so, we would probably likely pursue the electronic route in either scenario here, but we feel that it's a more inexpensive way to communicate than actual sending a person in a vehicle to make that communication.
I'm not going to support the amendment, and the reason is the difference between the 5 and 10% on the average bill sounds like it's like $5 for the individual. And yet for the city, it's a difference of 150, which could get us this electronic communication, which could give us not a different, but additional methodology of trying to contact people. And again, from the carbon footprint, for more ways to try and contact people. And staff has spent a lot of time trying to put these changes together that still work in terms of our budget. So I'll be voting no on the reduction of the late fee.
But it's still, Dennis, we're going to have the 5% increase in February for water in general, right?
You mean the overall rate increase?
Yes.
That was adopted in an ordinance last year by
Yes.
City Council, and it has been delayed due to the COVID-19.
Yeah, but it will kick off if we, on February 1st.
Correct, and that fee was an across-the-board fee, so it impacts all water users entirely, all the water fees, not just any particular community.
Sure, that's why I just want to highlight it. That will be another increase for somebody who's late. And for everyone, but specifically if you are late, you're going to have increase soon too.
Yeah, I'm going to support the keeping it at 5%.
I think we have to just remember we have to absorb that cost somehow, and that may be multiple staff people in the water department. So I'm not willing to make that decision. I won't be supporting the amendment.
Yeah,
But
I'm trying to separate out. I feel we're, the issue in my mind is, we're trying to recalibrate these fees for the general water use customer. Now, there are those who have difficulty financially meeting the costs of that, I think, are a separate subset of that larger customer base. And if you reduce, say, this late fee, that affects everyone, right? Not only those who can't afford it, but those who can afford it. So, I'm inclined to leave that in place and focus our efforts on identifying those who have the financial concerns that we need to address. But for the general public, the general user of our utilities, to keep what was proposed in place.
I just want to tell Laura something. Laura, if we did not increase the 5%, that means we don't have to do this system that need money to support it, because we already eliminate the carding fee, so people can still put the card for free. So we already send a notice to the customer that their water will be shut off, or in certain times, and we don't need to buy, support the system. So we don't need that money to be supported. I mean, like, don't eliminate, don't increase it and bring that system. We can just don't do that system, because he said they need this money to support the system, to send emails and text message for the people who are not going to read it, who are not going to see it.
I support contacting people in as many ways as possible, and I think that is the most equitable.
Okay.
Anybody else want to make comment before we make a vote on this
I
amendment?
still say that this is a perfect opportunity, Dennis, then to reach out to those 800 to see how many of them they may not even know about the reduced rate program, and really encourage them to do that, because that could be a significant savings for them too. So that's what I would hope that we could do.
Okay. All right, we're going to do a vote on the amendment. Roll call, please.
Lee?
What do we have to say here?
So this is the amendment for keeping the late fee at 5%.
Yes, keeping the late fee at 5%.
Taylor?
No.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
No.
Weiner?
Yes. Yes.
Burgess?
No.
Mims?
No.
Motion fails. What was it? 4 to 3.
3 to 4.
3 to 4.
4 to 3.
Yes. 3 to 4 because of the positive yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So then any other comments before we take the final vote for the for the ordinance itself with that, for the ordinance as it is, because the amendment did not pass. Hearing no more comments, roll call, please.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes?
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee.
No.
Motion passes 6-1. Item number 11, prohibition on feeding deer. Ordinance amending Title 8 entitled Police Regulations, Chapter 4 entitled Animal Services to prohibit feeding of deer. This is a pass and adopt. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved, Mims.
Moved by Mims, seconded by Thomas. Would anyone in the public like to address this topic? If so, please raise your hand. And if you're on the phone, press *9, please. Saying no one, council discussion. Roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes?
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 12, Truth and Reconciliation Commission. This is a resolution establishing an ad hoc Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Thomas.
Second.
Moved by Thomas, seconded by Salee.
Yes.
All right, and so presentation on this. Or are there any, should we go to?
So I would just preface this by saying essentially that Councilor Burgess and I have spent a lot of time on a lot of drafts, working with a lot of people. Our intention, and this has been a highly unusual process because it's not usually the councilors who write a resolution. Our intention is to really to create a framework with which we will entrust the commissioners, into which we will entrust the commissioners to breathe life with full support of the council as a whole, individual councilors, and the city staff. And that's basically all I want to say right now as a preface.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to open up any questions from councilors. Well, I guess we'll have our discussion later. I'm going to open this for public discussion. So if you would like to address council, please raise your hand and keep your comments to 3 to 5 minutes. The other thing that we ask that people only address council once. So we're going to open up public discussion now, and Reneen, please join us.
Hi, first of all, I want to thank council members who have been working on this resolution. But my first question is regarding the email communications that IFR has been having with the 2 council members regarding the TRC. I wanted to ask if those communications were included in the official record, and if they're not, we ask that they be included. I would also like to express IFR's disappointment in the city attorney's responses with regards to providing the legal explanations with respect to limitations. Moreover, from our understanding of the memo, there isn't anything that clearly prevents council from accepting IFR's previous amendments. With respect to the first point in the memo, the proposal of a budget by council, the city attorney states the funds must be used for the public objective. We believe that the IRC is Iowa City's public objective in and of itself, and the proposal of a budget for council approval serves to constrict the TRC. With respect to point number 2, the city attorney states that no commission can truly be independent and cites Iowa Code 364.2. A power of a city is vested in the city council except as otherwise provided by state law. But we would like to highlight that this does not speak to the power. This does not speak to the power or limits of the city to delegate powers to the TRC. More specifically, in recognizing that the proposed TRC process is a new concept to our city, not comparable to previous city commissions, Iowa Code 364.6 states, if a procedure is not established by state law, a city may determine its own procedure for exercising the power. Therefore, we believe that council has the ability to give the TRC the legitimacy it actually needs. With respect to point 3 of the memo, the city attorney admits that the TRC will not be able to offer any robust and meaningful protection to victims in its mandate. And with respect to IFR's amendment, she only cites ambiguity as a concern, but our demand states an ideal. Keeping previous TRCs in South Africa and other nations in the world in mind, protection for victims it's truly necessary in such a mandate, as it institutionally ensures a fully supportive environment for individuals who decide to participate in such process. With respect to point number 4, IFR's requested language was official and persuasive authority to the maximum extent possible. The city attorney states that there is no official authority, but we reiterate the fact that council still has a privilege of persuasive authority that it should use for the protection of victims who participate in the TRC. In summary, the TRC resolution as it currently stands is creating a commission that will not truly fully achieve the ambitious goals with respect to targeting the systemic racism that is entrenched and is resistant to change, as so stated in the preamble. The council is rejecting the tools that are necessary for real systemic change. And with respect to IFR's participation, we're currently still considering that at this point with the extent of the resolution as it is now. And we're considering the possibility of either, whether being involved in the process or creating a shadow TRC through mediums such as social media that truly are able to provide members of our community the true independent justice that they deserve. We have issues with simply buying into a process that currently seems performative and that is essentially asking for business as usual. We're still going to be fighting for the systemic change that we have asked for in one of our earlier amendments as well, but was also not added to the resolution. And that is all that I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address council? Seeing no one, council discussion.
And maybe I can just provide a little more context to where we are and what I think we're hoping to accomplish with this resolution and the formation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. This is an incredibly unusual step for a city government to take. We are making a commitment to acknowledge systemic racism that is in our community now and trying to make positive change for the future. I'd be very happy to disclose all the emails that we had with individuals from IFR and include those in correspondence, and I will get those to Kelly for that purpose. I'm disappointed that what was just presented was kind of an all or nothing stance, because I think we've taken a tremendous amount of effort in reconciling requested changes from numerous stakeholders, the Iowa Freedom Riders being only one of those. And so I think the version that you have in front of you tonight, you will note that this is the 4th time, I believe, that this has been in front of us. And we've taken careful consideration and tried to meet that balance of what is truly attainable and set the commission up for success, rather than implementing a process that we think from the outset could have been prepared for failure, because it would have been seeking to compel things that we couldn't compel, or seeking to provide redress that we really couldn't provide in the context of this framework and this structure. So I hope that the City Council, will support the resolution that's presented here tonight. I think it's an incredibly positive step and would create, as Councilor Weiner said, a framework for a process that could truly provide safe, supported, and healing processes for our community?
I'd like to make 3 points. One of which is, in practice, all the city commissions operate extremely independently. And I would be hard pressed to believe that anyone on council wants to try and direct or somehow constrain the operation of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission or any other commission. The second point is with respect to protecting people who would give testimony or be truth tellers. One of the reasons that we landed on nine commissioners is to allow for the commission to break up into committees and potentially committees of 3. When you don't have a majority of the commissioners, there can be sessions where there is no requirement for the public records. So if you have a committee of 3 working on truth telling, there can be people who come forward anonymously or however they want to come forward. There can also be an anonymous written testimony if there are concerns about potential retaliation. And the third point finally is I'm also very concerned that as people come forward with truth telling, it may be triggering for them or re-triggering for them. And that is where I think we would hope that the commission, the commissioners with the support of staff and certainly any members of council would help connect people with the resources they need in this community that exist through nonprofits and otherwise. Thanks.
I just need to clarify on your second point, Janice. Breaking into 3 will address the open meetings issue, but it won't address the public records issue. It would have to be purely oral within that framework, because records created by even less than a majority of the commission are going to be public records.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
So
go ahead, Mayor. I just wanted to thank Janice and Laura for all the work they put in on this. And I'd just like to remind folks that it would not have even happened if it weren't for the IFR. So those IFR folks out there, thank you for bringing this need to our attention. And I'd also like to point out that we are in a time constraint here because we would like to get this commission set up, and that takes time in putting out for applications, people to apply, and then the council to look through those applications and make those appointments. And that takes time, so we really do need to get moving on this. I think it was either Laura or Janice mentioned that this is like the 3rd or 4th time we've looked at this, and I think we've got a good document here. I had just a quick couple of questions. I did run it by Councilor Weiner, and she sort of cleared it up for me. I just had, like, as far as time constraint, I had a concern about the item number 6 about the independent consultant, who would select that. And because as we know from hiring consultants, that's a time process. By the time you get the applications and decide which consultant to go with and then do the process, that takes a while. I think Janice said that perhaps that could be done ahead of time. And the other just point I had was a question about the periodic updates to City Council, because as it is now, the commissions do publish minutes. And is that just a given that they publish minutes, Eleanor, or do we need to have that in writing?
That's a requirement of the state code.
Okay, thank you. So it wouldn't necessarily have to be in these items. So that's good. I'm good with this.
I want to thank you. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you. So I have, of course, read through this very carefully. One of the things that I am personally grateful for is the opportunity that we have right now as a city to look at Black Lives Matter and systemic racism. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. And so I think that's something that I'm very happy that we're taking this step, because there are some changes that need to be made, and I think that steps like this can get us there. This ad hoc committee that the resolution that's before us, you know, I've looked through it, and, you know, is it 100% of what it could be, what it should be? I think any of us would probably say no, but it is a starting point. It is a great place where I feel comfortable moving forward as a policy decider, and it is disheartening that you know, the comments made by IFR Raneem. Sorry to pull your name out, but I know you just made comments that, you know, that this is something that IFR is considering to do on their own. One of the things that early on in the process I had asked, I first thought that this would be a totally separate, not a part of council at all. And then I was corrected that this should be under the city umbrella. So with it being under the city umbrella, there are some things that I believe maybe contradicts or goes against what some of the things IFR specifically asked for. But nevertheless, this here that we have before us, I am going to support. There is no, I went through it and I asked a lot of questions, and I got all my answers that I needed. The only thing that I probably would have wanted was the 11 members versus 9 members, but unless there's someone else that really feels strongly about that, I'll go with the 9 members. I think this is a lot of important work to be done. This is Truth and Reconciliation is like the work in itself is major, and so to even think that 9 people can complete all the work, I think is hard to really imagine, but nevertheless, I can support the 9. Other than that, I really appreciate Councilor Burgess and Weiner for all of your hard work, because I know that you spent an enormous amount of time, and it wasn't easy, but I know that it was worth it. And so thanks to both of you for all of your hard work. And again, thanks to all of the individuals that have been a part of the community that has given input to this and wanted to be a part of this process. So I am going to support this tonight.
I am as well. And again, I want to thank, like everybody else, Janice and Laura, for just the incredible amount of work that the two of you have done in drafting this, in taking all of the suggestions from the various groups that have been presented to you and kind of filtering that down, certainly with Eleanor's assistance and input. I think we have a very good document here, and I think, you know, as the mayor has said this, and Laura and you, Janice, I mean, this is a really exciting opportunity for the city to do something like this and really try to, you know, shed an awful lot of light on systemic racism, both the history and what is going on currently, and the changes that we need to try to be a part of to make changes in some really big systems. I mean, when you talk about healthcare and education, as well as policing, et cetera, these are long ingrained systems that need to have a lot of light shed and discussion and try to make changes. So I think we have a really good document here. Given the lateness of the hour, I'm not going to propose any amendment. I am just going to make one comment, and that's about one word. As I talked to Laura today, I had to go to the dictionary, well, on my computer, and look up fora, which is the Latin plural for forums. It would be my preference that the document used forums, which I think is more people would recognize than fora, but given the lateness of the hour, I'm not going to propose an amendment. But If people are listening and they didn't know what fora was, it's forums. Thank you.
I guess me, right?
Instead of fora. Anyway, you know, I'm going to be supporting it as well. I mean, this is a very unusual effort that we're undertaking here. You know, I have to really reach out and thank Laura and Janice, as well as all the participants, IFR, Black Voices Project, and others who have participated in this process. You know, in the end, one hopes that the participants as a whole feel that the resolution, they see themselves in that resolution, because if we're going to be moving this forward successfully, everyone is going to have confidence that the process is going to work, at least as they see it, or have at least faith that whatever concerns they have will, you know, work themselves out, so to speak, during the process. You know, the Greensboro, North Carolina, that Truth and Reconciliation process, that commission was an independent organization. So there were different ways this could have gone. The decision here was to fold it under our commission process, and it seems that what we have is very consistent with that. I think Janice's comment that our commissions do have a great deal of independence, and I know as a city councilor, I've tried to respect that independence and put great weight on the work of commissions as they present it to the council. So I think there will be a sufficient level of independence for this to be successful, and you know, I believe the process will work if we all maintain good faith in moving forward.
Okay, I really would like just to say that, you know, at this point, it appeared to me that nobody is supporting some amendment by the IFR that been proposed. And it seemed like even if I start like saying those amendments that I want to add, is not going to move forward since I'm the only one saying that. That said, I think that we said we are really committed to fight the systemic racism. And, you know, and Black Lives Matter. So, and we are not taking seriously the recommendation and the amendment by Black people and people who fight for social justice and racial justice in the community, where those are people who really carefully put this amendment together and send it to us. And since we're going to go by the same thing that the staff proposed, and that, you know, some of council proposed with the staff, is still, my voice as a Black person is not there, is not. It's still, and I'm not gonna be a rubber stamp, stamping a decision that white people make it for Black Lives Matter. No, I'm not supporting this resolution because clearly it does not support the amendment that the people who proposed this recommended. And again, Black Lives Matter issue solved by staff and white people on the committee. No, I'm not supporting this.
I understand your point, Mazahir. The only thing that I'll only say a couple of things, one of which is staff had nothing to do with drafting it. Yes, 2 white women drafted it. And we took substantial comments from many Black people, including IFR, including people from the Black Voices Project, including people from the South District and others. We considered everybody's amendments. We did the best that we could, and that's what we're presenting. I hope that my goal is that this be a start, not an end, but a start, and that it really then can be filled with life and help everyone move forward. I'm sorry if it's not what you were looking for.
is not what I'm looking for.
Any other
And
comments?
my voice is not matter.
Yeah,
I'm the only one.
I'm going to choose not to respond because I'm quite hurt by our Mayor Pro Tem comments, but I'm going to choose not to respond. So
it's up to you.
Yeah. But are there any more comments that council would like to make before we do roll call tonight?
I do just want to briefly say, Mayor Pro Tem, your voice does matter. Absolutely. We took into account many of IFR's amendments, and if you compared the versions that they presented with what's in front of you tonight, you would see that much of their language is verbatim in this document. So I just want to be clear about that, and we are listening. I know that it's not perfect, and I agree with everything that Janice said, that, you know, we are two white women who are in a position to try and build a framework that we're going to turn over to people of color to run with. And I hear you and I understand what you're saying, and I'm sorry that it's not enough.
I guess that's my decision, and I'm not questioning you guys when you make decision about something. Yeah, you know, a lot of decision hurt me, and I never comment about it, but that's what I feel, and I have to tell what I feel. If I want to vote no for something, I have to say it, and I'm not afraid from anything. And I'm like, really, you know, people can hold me accountable of what I say, because I speak what in my heart, and that's what I feel. There is this as a small section as the council should make a commitment that's not being added. And what else? Anyway, that's my comment. It doesn't matter, you know, if, you know, it's not lying with your comment, but I'm telling you what I feel, and I guess I have the right of speech here.
In reference to what you just mentioned, you said that there was one word or phrase that was left out as far as commitment. Is that within here that you thought should be added?
Yes, and a lot of things should be added, but I said if I start telling you what to amendment, it seemed like Susan, she wanna do one word and she doesn't wanna do it because we have to amendment. And if that is not, there is many things that is not really interfering with the state code or city code. It should be there and is not there. And this is really, you know, just frustrating.
We were going to read the whereas clauses this evening. I'm not sure why that got derailed, but the next to the last whereas clause speaks to the council's commitment. So that's all I have to say.
Well, I still believe that this is a great opportunity for our community, for the BIPOC population. I am looking forward to the commission being developed, the participants who will apply for this and be a part of something that will be transformative within our city government. And hopefully we'll be able to spread throughout the community. So with that being said, unless there's more comments, I think we're ready to vote. All right, roll call, please.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
No.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague.
Yes, motion passes 6-1. And could I get, well, yep, I think we're on number 13. I thought we had correspondence for this one. Item number 13, state CDBG CV funding, resolution approving an application to the Iowa Economic Development Authority for state CDBG CV funds. Could I get a motion to approve?
So moved, ma'am.
Second, Taylor.
All right. Hello, Tracy Heishu. Oh, are you going to present? Do we have staff presentation on this?
Hello.
Are you going to present?
Yep, I'll just say a few brief words.
Staff presentation on this.
I don't have a big presentation. I just have a few comments. So what you have before you is our plan to spend the money that is coming through the second act or the second wave of the CARES Fund. These funds went directly to the state, the Iowa Economic Development Authority, allocated funds out to us entitlement cities, and we will receive $686,610. We started the public comment on the September 10th. We will administer these funds, or we'll dedicate these funds as proposed, similar to what we spent our original allocation for. 60% will go to direct aid for households. It will be combined with the funds that we provided to community. 40% will go to another funding round for nonprofits for emergent needs as we progress through this pandemic. For the nonprofits, priorities will continue to be for homelessness prevention services, childcare, mental health, and food assistance. We did include administration or money for administration, as we didn't know if we'd have the capacity to administer these funds. If we decide to administer it and we have sufficient capacity, that we won't take advantage of, but we did write into the amount to the state that we may use money for city admin. So $390,000 would be added for housing assistance to the $246,000 that's already available to community, and $610,000 would be available to public services. After we had that first round, we allocated all that money, plus we tapped into our uncommitted CDBG funds. So as we are not the actual recipient, the direct recipient, we didn't have to do an annual action plan amendment, as we are receiving money from the state. So all we need is approval by resolution of our application into the Iowa Economic Development Authority. Are there any questions about the funds or the purposes?
I don't hear any.
Sorry, what was that?
I don't hear any.
Okay. Oh, just FYI, I mentioned it during the work session, but community, what was that?
There's a delay for whatever reason when I speak to you. There's a delay for whatever reason when I speak to you.
Oh, okay. I just mentioned that the Community Crisis Center, Community Crisis Services was awarded that $246,000. We entered the contract on July 14th. They've spent $20,000, close to $21,000 to date. That money will increase rapidly as more tenants take advantage of it, and they pay because it's up to 6 consecutive months. As we go, you'll see larger and larger draws. And that's all my comments.
Thank you. Thank you. I was waiting for the delay. All right. Would any questions from council to Tracy? I think she already kind of opened that up, but I wanted to make sure there were no more questions by council. All right. Would anyone from the public like to discuss this topic? If so, please raise your hand. And if you're on the phone, press *9 and I'll call on you. Caddy, please join us.
Hi, Mayor Teague. It's Katie Gerlach from Shelter House. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the city's programs that have been established so far, and to maybe amplify what Tracy was saying during the work session about coordinated entry. I really would like to commend the city in establishing these programs and increasing their consistent and strong usage of the coordinated entry program that we've established. It is an incredible HUD formulated idea from many years ago, and what we're seeing today is that it's really working, and that it's incredibly important that coordinated entry not only be the kind of source and ability for for anyone seeking these services to, there's no wrong door with coordinated entry, and that's the important part here, is that no matter where somebody is seeking the services, they're going to be receiving the right and prioritized assistance for them, whether it be from the city of Iowa City, the state of Iowa, or the federal government. And so I am coordinated entry's biggest fan, and I speak the praises often. but I do have to commend the city for continuing to make coordinated entry the priority in providing housing assistance throughout the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address council? Seeing no one, council discussion. I think it's a great opportunity, so yes. All right, there are no other comments. Roll call, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I saw a hand. Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Oh, sorry about that. All right, roll call, please.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 14, Riverfront Crossings Affordable Housing Requirement Fee in lieu of update. Resolution establishing the fee an owner may opt to pay in lieu of. Resolution establishing the fee an owner in lieu of providing affordable housing in the Riverfront Crossings District and rescinding resolution number 18-213. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
Move.
Second, Thomas.
Moved by Salee and seconded by Thomas. And Tracy, welcome again.
Okay, great. This is brought to you to, the Riverfront Crossings Affordable Housing Requirement is set in the Riverfront Crossings District. We establish a fee in lieu of for each project. Developers can either meet the requirement on site or they can pay a fee in lieu. So back in 2016, we worked with the National Development Council to come up with a methodology to calculate this fee. It's based on what a market rate complex or property in the Riverfront Crossing District would generate in revenue and then compare that to one that has the affordable housing requirement. And then that difference in price is the fee in lieu per unit. So in 2018, it was evaluated using the same methodology, and the fee was set at $94,652 per unit. The fee for the next 2 years is proposed to be $112,853. It was quite a difference. The fee raised quite a bit. That was due to the increase of rents in the Riverfront Crossings. Basically, not just there, but the Pentecrest Mile, based on the Cook Appraisals survey. When you consider the difference between that, how much those rents raised as opposed to our home fair market rent, which didn't raise as much, the gap became quite a bit larger. So we compared units at a property at 40 units, I think 96 units 96 units, 176, and we took the lowest fee in lieu, or the lowest differential, and that was the $112,853. We do work with Cook Appraisal to help us get the vacancy rate for the area, the capitalization rate, and expense ratios, and then we plug in the updated fair market rent and other information in order to update the amount each year. So if you approve, then we would set that amount. So each development that proceeds from this point on would choose either to do on site or pay that fee in lieu. Do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Tracy. All right, would anyone? No questions. Thank you, Tracy. Yes, would anyone from the public like to discuss this topic? If so, please raise your hand, and I'm going to call on Nicholas. Welcome.
Hello, thank you, Mayor, once again. I just wanted to give a little historical background that I think people need to bear in mind, that way back in 2016, when the sort of question of whether or not to include a fee in lieu or simply to have the percentage requirement for affordable units within Riverfront Crossing developments came up. Sorry, realize it's a monstrous sentence. There was actually some contention as to whether or not to have a fee in lieu at all. And one of the primary objections was that there was going to come a point when developers just wouldn't even bother trying to create the units. They would just pay the fee in lieu instead, because they recognize they can crunch numbers as well as anyone. They know that the rents, given sort of historical projections, will increase enough that it's simply more profitable for them to pay the fee in lieu up front than it is for them to actually build the units. The problem from an affordable housing standpoint is you actually need the units. You need the units to exist. And given the preciousness of land within city limits, every single time you build a development that doesn't actually contain any affordable, quote unquote, affordable housing units, you actually reduce the potentiality of creating those in the future. And that's the fundamental issue here. I mean, if I had my druthers, then the fee in lieu should actually be punitive. It shouldn't just be, a simple market rate calculation, because at the end of the day, what you actually want are the units to exist. If you keep deferring over and over and over and over again, then you just get to a point where the city is absorbing money for a bunch of projects and then not actually getting the housing that it needs. So that's all I wanted to note. You guys can do with that what you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Anyone else like to address council? Seeing no one, council discussion?
Well, Nicholas, this is Pauline. You'll probably be quite surprised to hear that I totally agree with you. I've never been in favor of the fee in lieu, because as you'd said, and as I've said all along, what we really do need are the units. And if we just keep giving them this little carrot to, oh, just pay us this amount of money and you don't need to include the units, we'll never get those units. That's an example is in Riverfront Crossings. It has to be built in Riverfront Crossings, and we're going to run out of room before too long and we won't have the units. So I will probably vote for this, because that's a pretty significant amount, a nice increase in the fee in lieu, but I'm just generally not in favor of the fee in lieu. I'd rather see the units be built, because we desperately need the affordable housing units.
I think the restriction to the riverfront crossings is important, as Pauline mentioned, and certainly we use some of that money, I would assume, on the Delray project. And that's one of the potential positives of a fee in lieu of, is under the code for down there, for the developers, if they do the fee in lieu of, I believe they have a 10-year affordability timeframe. Whereas if the city takes the money from the fee in lieu of, we can use that, for example, like with the Delray project, which is owned by the Housing Trust Fund, which their whole goal is housing affordability. And so those units will probably be affordable either in perpetuity, or if they were to ever sell it, they would probably take that money and put it back into affordable units somewhere else. So I understand the potential conflict, but if we can find the locations and can use that money, particularly with a nonprofit like the Housing Fellowship, and they can get LIHTC grants like they did for Delray, we actually have the potential opportunity to leverage that fee in lieu of money to get more units and to get them with a longer affordability. So it's a little bit more complicated, but yes, I'm also glad to see these numbers go up. So I will be supporting this.
All right, hearing no more comments. Roll call, please.
Burgess?
Yes.
Mims?
Yes.
Salee?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
Weiner?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item number 15, council appointments. Applicants must reside in Iowa City and be 18 years of age unless specific qualifications are stated. 15A, this is Climate Action Commission. One vacancy to fill an unexpired term plus a 3-year term. Upon appointment December 31st through the 2023. All right.
I thought Benjamin Grimm was a good applicant. I think having somebody from the school district would be really positive because obviously their facilities are so widespread and large across the community that they have a big impact on our greenhouse gases, et cetera. So that was my first choice.
I thought we had a wealth of really well-qualified applicants. I mean, I wish we had this kind of depth and breadth of experience for every time we have a vacancy, but I think it also shows the commitment of people to climate action.
Like Janice, I thought it was really good to see the number of applicants with such varied experiences too, that would all bode, I think, really well on this commission. So it made it difficult for me, though, to make a final decision for this appointment, because I think each one of the applicants had some positive traits that would fit really well in that. And Susan, I liked your comment about Benjamin Grimm, because he does have a lot of experience and says that he has actually attended the meetings as a representative for the school district. And I think that he could probably continue to do that. And then we could appoint someone else from this list to be the actual commission member. But it's difficult to pick which one.
Mm-hmm. Since we didn't have a gender requirement, I mean, I can support Benjamin. I would agree that there were, I don't know, but surprisingly, a good group of people that could really benefit this commission.
Well, I will put in the name of, I mean, it really was a sort of a you can't lose with this list of applicants, but I was intrigued with, Blake Roop. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing her last name correctly, but the potential opportunities for kind of the interrelationship of the university with the city of Iowa City intrigued me in terms of perhaps being able to catalyze action with that relationship between that she would bring to the commission.
John, that was my first thought too, but we actually have a dedicated U of I rep on there.
Uh-huh.
So that was kind of why I was looking at, also getting somebody from the school district too.
Okay.
Yes, Susan, I agree with that too, because we also do have, I think Becky Suglin's her name is an actual sustainability coordinator person, which is what Blake would be. That should be excellent, but we do have those folks. There is the University of Iowa rep and another sustainability coordinator person.
Well,
All right.
I can support Benjamin. I don't think there's a wrong answer here, really.
So I'm kind of hearing at least 4 people now saying they support Benjamin. Any other possibilities people want to throw out there?
I just wanted to comment, coming from the healthcare professional standpoint, Eric Kuzik, although he's a former Human Rights Commission member, and he's a nurse and has the healthcare perspective, and also Lucy Wibmeyer was a physician I worked with at the hospital, and I think would be very dedicated to this, and I think either one of them would provide a nice healthcare perspective of the effects of climate change on person's health. I think that would be good, but I would be okay with Benjamin, since he does seem to have a big interest in the commission.
All right. Anyone else? So it sounds like Benjamin Grime is going to be, we'll have a motion to appoint Benjamin Grime.
So moved, Mims.
Second, Thomas.
Seconded by Thomas. And then roll call, please.
Mims,
Yes.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 16, announcement of vacancies, new. Applicant must reside in Iowa City and be 18 years of age unless specific qualifications are stated. Public Art Advisory Committee at large, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term upon appointment through July 30th, 2023. And applications must be received by 5 p.m. October 27th, 2020. Can I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved. Weiner. Weiner.
Second, Taylor.
All right. Roll call, please.
Salee,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Weiner,
Yes.
Fergus,
Yes.
Mims.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Item 17, announcement of vacancies previous. Planning and Zoning Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. October 13, 2020. Human Rights Commission, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term plus a 3-year term. Applications must be received by 5 p.m. September 29, 2020. Airport Zoning Board of Adjustment, one vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, East College Street, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, North Side, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Commission, Woodlawn, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Telecommunications Commission, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. Item number 18. So this is UISG. There's Ryan, welcome.
Good evening, Council. Just a couple of things tonight. First, I just wanted to give you an update on self-reported case numbers at the university. Currently, from August 18th to now, we are at 1,804 self-reported cases. There were 72 new cases between the September 11th and September 14th. Which I will note is a considerable decrease in cases compared to previous weeks, but is still kind of a significant amount of numbers. And for employees, there were 4 new cases over the weekend and 27 semester to date. There are 2 students in quarantine in the residence halls, meaning that they've been exposed to COVID-19, and there are 30 students in the residence halls who are in self-isolation, meaning they've tested positive. So that's the current COVID update for numbers. Another update COVID-wise is that the university did decide to cancel spring break and extend winter break by a week, so that now there won't be no break between or during the spring semester, and we are still planning to go online after Thanksgiving break for the rest of the fall semester. In more happier news, the University Lecture Committee announced their lineup for the fall this semester, and I'm actually personally very excited for it. Just wanted to note a couple of them. UIowa's own Nicole Hannah-Jones, who is a reporter for the New York Times Magazine and authored the very famous 1619 Project. She will be speaking, and that's Tuesday, September 22nd at 7 p.m. And you can find the live stream on the university website. Others include Laverne Cox, Ezra Klein, and Dr. Patrice Harris. So all very, very interesting speakers, and I personally am a big fan of the work that the lecture committee does. So I invite everyone to look out for those and to tune in. That's all from me tonight. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Ryan. All right. Item 19 is City Council information and updates. And I think we've just been kind of jumping in there.
I'll just jump in. As part of the committee for the new Access Center, GuideLink Access Center, we had the opportunity to tour the facility this week. This place is going to be amazing. I mean, it's still studs and everything on the inside, so it's all open, but I mean, you can see where all the rooms are. You can see how it's all divided up, how the floor space is going to be used. It is so much larger than I really had expected and envisioned. We are going to be able to provide, I think, just incredible care there for a number of people. So it's just really exciting. They're still hoping to be able to start getting in. I think now they're looking at mid-December to kind of start getting in and doing training with an actual open date sometime in January. So the outside, if you drive by, looks more and more complete. Don't have all the siding on, but looks pretty complete. But the inside still has a lot of work to go in the next 3 months, but it's going to be beautiful and just an incredible asset to this community for people in need.
I wanted to congratulate Terry Donahue, Mayor of North Liberty. He has been nominated to the Hall of Fame in the Iowa League of Cities. It's quite an honor. And I happen to be looking up some of the information, supporting that. And my goodness, Terry is a lifetime of public service. So it's congratulations to Terry. It's always a pleasure working with Terry.
So Friday, this Friday, September 18th is National Black Voter Day. And there is an event at the Dream Center from 5 to 8. There'll be food, information, and speakers. And the event, which I believe Supervisor Porter helped put together, is to increase voter awareness and knowledge in the Black community by sharing the facts on how, when, where, and why it is important to vote. Masks required.
And it's going to be to encourage those folks to register to vote that haven't.
Register to vote and help fill out absentee ballot requests, among others.
It'll be a great event.
We talked about it at the work session, but tomorrow is the first of our series of City Council listening posts where we are sharing and collecting information that will help us fulfill our commitment to restructure our police department. So tomorrow evening at 5:30 p.m. at Mercer Park, also masks and social distancing required, but Mayor Pro Tem Councilor Weiner and myself will be there, as well as representatives from Community Crisis Center and Prelude Behavioral Health Services. And I think maybe some other organizations that I'm currently forgetting as well, but and we'll have city staff on hand, and I think a couple of officers available who work in terms of with those crisis agencies to answer questions and hear input from the public as well. So really hope people come out to that 5:30 p.m. tomorrow at Mercer Park, the first in a series. So look for information on the city website or in the email newsletter that I'm sure everyone subscribes to. Thanks.
All right. Item 20, report from city staff. City manager.
Nothing tonight, Mayor.
Assistant city manager.
I will just add that we are continuing to encourage people to complete the census. Various articles in the news have continued to go out about concern over undercounting the population. It does impact our community. It is a long-standing impact on our community. So anyone who has not completed the census yet is encouraged to do so. Self-respond. There's no guarantee that a census worker will make it to your home before they end the count for this year. So I know you can call the census phone number. We have information on our city website about that, or you can visit my2020census.gov and complete that. It takes about 10 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. City attorney.
Nothing for me, thanks.
City clerk.
Nothing for me.
All right, so we're at the adjournment, which I believe we will go back to the work session, and I'll just finish up a conversation that we were having. So could I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Taylor.
Second, Thomas.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All right. Any opposed? All right.